are like the previous wars, where Hamas remains in power.
No. We have to get rid of Hamas.
They're underestimated and appeased,
Yeah.
and they're allowed to exist.
Just keeps going. We have to get rid of Hamas. And to get rid of Hamas, it just so happens that we have to get rid of all the children. And there's nothing wrong with that. But this is what's necessary.
Well, I'm not going to personally cry about civilian casualties. Palestinians are psychopaths. Fuck them and their children.
Exactly. Fuck them.
But will that actually happen?
No.
2 million of people is a lot of people. I don't think the IDF is willing to
know,
hurt
Danny.
them all.
I got a mod.
You know, in the last time when there was the heavy bombing, it was only like 30,000 casualties or something.
Yeah, and
that's a lot.
We need to put your ass over there.
But the problem is, if Israel committed serious war crimes in public, there would be backlash to that. They'd never be an acceptable ally to most of the world. There would be all kinds of backlash.
But Mike, you're just talking to yourself. I told you, you're focusing on the only thing that exists is now.
Okay, but
that's it now.
Hamas is in charge now. They're basically winning because their strategic goals have been accomplished. They got another disproportionate
He's still thinking about the past.
What's happening right now is Hamas got their prisoners out, and they're still in control of Gaza. They don't care about death and destruction. That's good for them.
Okay, so Mike.
What?
Now.
I mean, people just don't understand how Hamas's strategy works. Because people aren't cynical.
It's just boring. To be stuck in the past is boring. Let's focus about the now.
The whole region is stuck in the past. That's the whole point of it.
But I'm stuck in the future. I'm trying to work the now.
But you'll never get there, though, because it's just your imagination.
No, it's not. I'm actually a shareholder, and we're going to build the biggest damn Mar-a-Lago we've ever seen.
I mean, just don't take off your VR helmet.
You're not gonna build nothing but a sand castle and be a demi.
No, we're gonna build the biggest Mar-a-Lago. It's gonna be like nothing we've ever seen in your entire damn life.
We've already seen it. I mean, the real French Riviera.
I want to see what the IDF can do. I want to see what the new plan is to smash Hamas, but my suspicion is that it won't work.
Even castles made of sand fall in the sea eventually, you know?
The rabbi's chosen, so he's gonna part the Red Sea.
I mean, one of Israel's biggest problems is that it can't generate any allies.
I mean, it's a very good deal. You guys are retarded if you don't take it. Look, the Israelis had to fight, they had to spend money, they had to die, so that we have the opportunity to make money. I don't know why you guys think that's a bad thing. I don't understand why you think it's a bad thing.
Oh, that's great. If you're cashing
exactly. I don't care about, motherfucker, I don't care about the Palestinian kids. I don't care about your soldiers. What I care about is my bank account and the number I see. That's it.
Well, that's what the Palestinians care about. I mean, Palestinians is just a giant grifting machine.
It just so happens that that's where my care begins and that's where it ends.
But the problem is, instead of just letting their leaders live high on the hog and not have so many problems,
but I don't care.
People in Gaza take it too seriously and go like slaughter people.
I don't care.
That's right.
I have targets that I need to meet. I have targets, dude.
I don't really care either.
Well, in 5 years, where do you want to see yourself? I want to grow my network.
That's right.
Exactly. I don't have time.
How can you grow something that that doesn't even exist? It doesn't even exist.
Huh?
How are you growing something that doesn't exist, you don't even have in the first place?
I'm talking about.
What are you talking about? Exactly, you're confusing me.
I have no clue what you're talking about. What I'm telling you guys, we need to focus on the future. You need to set a goal and then strategize to achieve that goal. Now, thanks to the great state of Israel, I'm able to do it.
You're broke. You're saying you're broke. You have no net worth. I agree with that.
Well, okay, fine. Okay, I'm broke, but you have the opportunity to make money out of it. Instead of bitching about dead babies that you don't care about, how about you
Hold on.
That's right.
You guys are the ones bitching about babies.
Motherfucker, I don't care about no dead babies.
You don't care about the 2 Israeli dead babies?
No, fuck up.
Well, okay.
I told you, I care about the cash flow.
So then why are you worried about Israel? The cash flow's in America, baby. Forget about Israel.
The problem with this babies is it makes them look bad.
Well, we just loaned out money
really
to them.
bad. I mean, it's hard to beat a victimhood narrative when you've got two cute little babies that were choked out by terrorists.
They were actually choked out by the smoke of the bombs.
Why you guys are acting like you care?
Yeah, but I mean,
Do you care about the
these are great victims. When you need to
parade?
parade victims to the world,
But you actually care.
I disagree. They didn't parade them. They just had a ceremony for them.
Do you know these babies? Neither of you care about the babies.
Oh, me? No, I do care about the babies. Them babies should have not died.
Then why didn't you go do jihad?
They should not have been no jihad. There should never been no bombs. That's the point.
I'm glad we're
No
solving
jihad, no bombs.
If I cared about it, I would pick up a gun and I would go fight.
But you're scared to fight. You're Israeli. Why are you not over there now?
I don't care enough to fight. I don't care.
Well, you don't care, then you have to shut your mouth.
No, I have to make money.
So go make the money. The stock market is still after dark. Go make your money.
You make money.
Go sell some falafels. Like, I mean, what do you want to do here?
Israeli. He's not Israeli.
But he is a rabbi.
I am a rabbi, that's right. That's right. But it doesn't
He's
matter.
not a rabbi and he's not an Israeli.
Yes, I am. But it doesn't matter what you are or where you're from. It doesn't
Well, why
matter.
don't you give him the boot? Because he's
The beauty of the
fucking
free markets is that everyone can make money. It doesn't matter what
Fucking
your
the
color is.
conversation, why don't you
The only thing that matters is
Drop
like
it to the bottom.
funds, you have a year net income.
What's
Drop it to the
What's
bottom.
stopping you from buying BlackRock stock? What's stopping you from doing that?
That's right.
See, keep missing button on this faggot.
That's right. Well, that's just what it is. So BlackRock destroys the city.
So,
and they-
Robbie, so, if you're not interested, maybe leave. Because this is about something else, and you care about your money, maybe go to a different room.
No, I'm saying I'm
You
just
got
like
button,
you.
Daniel.
So don't say, because it's not about you.
Just fucking
The room is not about you.
It is not
So
about me.
we will move on now. We will
I'm
move on.
saying I am just like you.
We don't care what you say. We got it.
I'm just more
Let's
honest.
move on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
I'm just more honest. That's all.
Give me
I think he's rage baiting you guys.
Almost.
Kick him.
Yeah.
Almost.
Wait, kick the only honest guy.
Almost. Almost mocked him. You should have mocked him. Yeah. So Rico said that we should all get these Nikes, you know, and that this comet is gonna come, and we should wear purple robe.
No, we should just all be more honest about our intentions.
Well, that's what Rico said.
What did I say? Bro, that's an AI talk. Danny is an AI.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
gonna be honest.
First generation AI.
They don't want anyone to be honest. That's what it is.
I know how AI sound.
I need to get a what's it called? Update.
That's much more interesting.
I'm glad we solved all the world's issues in Clubhouse.
Yeah, they think they're gonna solve, but that's the thing. You can't solve the issues. You can solve your issues, and they choose not. That's right.
I'm glad Trump stood up to him. That shows so much power, you know?
Man, kick this rabbi. He's a broke motherfucker.
Y'all can't hate Trump, showed that nigga who...
Trump has proven to the world that he's anti-Semitic.
He proved to the world we the real boss, you heard me? Shit. Nigga, you need us. We don't need you. Type shit.
You don't prove you're the boss by being weak.
Bro, that one
Face
week,
of danger.
bro, that 1 week he had to tell him to chill out, bro. You don't need to be talking to the U.S. like that. You know what I mean?
That's beyond retarded.
Well, we paying the bills around here. Chill out. Know who runs shit.
That's because the U.S. refused to follow up on its promises. The U.S. promised to defend Ukraine in earlier agreements, and then the U.S. lied.
Listen, try to look at it from Donald Trump. He's a businessman. And he wants Russia. Russia is the strongest. Exactly. And
Russia's
If
not
he take
strong.
Russia,
It's stronger, but yeah.
and if he take Russia, and as far as I understand, from my sadness, Bibi supported. Because Bibi was against Ukraine in the United
No,
Nations.
Israel is afraid of Russia, and Israel doesn't want to antagonize Russia.
United States, not from Russia, from Donald Trump. He controls Israel. Israel in his pocket. Exactly, which is why the Mar-a-Lago in Gaza will happen.
So is he Russian?
That's right. And Bryson
It won't happen because one thing that even though Donald Trump is a great ally of the Israeli government and the people, one thing he will never turn his back on is the money.
Exactly.
And the Arabs have more money than the Israelis.
Yeah, but exactly, but the Saudis will be funding Jared Kushner's project.
It might be so, but without the Palestinians moving, that's the key. They won't go nowhere. They won't.
Yes, so
They'll go somewhere.
it's not so easy to start a war today. Even that Israel is much more stronger than the Palestinians. It's not so easy.
If the U.S. get involved, they go somewhere.
There will be a lot of demonstrations in Israel against war today.
Yeah, but that's
And
not a
Bibi
problem.
knows it. He is not as stupid. Not a problem that roads will be get closed. That I don't know how much more violence the families that have hostages in Gaza, what they will do. They are very, very powerful. They are very, very powerful among the people.
After it
And
happens,
it's
after
not
that.
so easy to start a war, even not for Bibi, the most calmest to want to start a war right now, because itself is personally coalition.
Yes.
If there will be peace, the coalition fall down, there is voting in Israel. This is sure for everybody.
Okay, but
Bibi
after
will
we do it,
find any way to start a war. I hope Hamas won't give him a reason to start the war.
but after we do it, then we can blame Netanyahu, get rid of him, and then that's it. Problem fixed. Blame it all on him.
It's not so complicated as you think.
He has a corruption lawsuits and whatever. When the war is done, he's
He
going
has
to be
the
tried.
corruption, but still the coalition support him. He has the coalition with him.
That can't move right now.
Very strong in Israel.
But let him do the dirty work. We make money. After we make the money, he leaves so that they cannot try him. That's what I'm saying. So we
Putin,
blame
they got
him.
an arrest warrant for Putin. He can't go anywhere.
But we're not talking about Putin. After Netanyahu does it, we blame him. We make the money, and then he runs away, and no one can try him. That's perfect. So blame it all on him.
Do I look like Rico now?
I'm sure that all
That guy cut
all
his
the
dick
fixed
off.
and repairing that he can
This guy cut his dick off? Which guy cut his dick off? Rico or the guy?
Honestly, I don't care if he gets away with it or not, but like,
That guy in that picture cut his dick off.
He cut his dick off before he went to Haley's Comet?
Did you see what the UK said yesterday, Keir Starmer with Trump on the podium when they were speaking? So, once again, it sounds easy to you, but as long as some of these prime ministers, president, whatever you want to call them, keep on with it might not be genuine, but he clearly stated that their position, the UK, is that they will help rebuild Gaza with the Palestinian people there. This is their official position.
yeah, but these are
So once again,
these are the same people.
even if it's not genuine, they're saying it out in the public.
Yeah, but
It's going to be hard for them to do it when the people will rise up against their own government, when they try it. It's just not even a good strategy.
Yeah, but I have no stake in England, so I don't care what happens there. But this is the same.
But these are still the allies of Ukraine, of Israel.
What the fuck that mean? The only ally you need is the United States.
That's not true.
Yeah, 100%.
Because the United States needs Europe too.
But Europe ain't shit. We can buy Europe. California alone has a bigger GDP than all of the European faggots.
But the United States don't want this, so that's not gonna matter. California no one's gonna side with this.
Oh, it doesn't matter if they side with it. They can't even have a war. Europeans are way too old. What's their median age?
Exactly.
Well, you said that. What?
Keir Starmer is the same faggot who made all the promises to Ukraine. Look at it now. It doesn't matter what Europeans say. It doesn't matter not a single bit. So all I'm telling you is, are you guys talking Ukraine or are you talking Israel? Which one?
We're talking Israel. We're talking Ukraine. We're talking Russia. We're talking everything. The world is in shit.
For Israel, let Bibi Netanyahu give him the full force to finish what he started. Okay? Let him massacre all of them. Then blame him for it. Not Israel, him. This way we make our money, he gets blamed, he runs away, and that's that. It doesn't matter what happens after that, but we cashed out. As for Ukraine, we already cashed out. That's why we don't need Zelensky no more. I told you, it's not personal. You guys take it way too personal.
Yeah, man, yeah. So what do you get out of all this if everything goes as planned?
Inshallah, I would like to have a share of the Mar-a-Lago.
I mean,
It'll have an 8% cap rate, Rabbi. It's good real estate.
it's not that nice to me. I don't like it.
Look at BlackRock. BlackRock literally, most of the construction contracts are BlackRock. So wars are amazing because then we can, like Ukraine, who's gonna build Ukraine?
Goodbye, Rabbi.
All you have to do is buy the BlackRock stock, BLK.
Nah, BlackRock doesn't own Ukraine. They might own the weapons that they give.
Well, who do you think is gonna rebuild Ukraine?
What is a BlackRock?
Russia?
What is a BlackRock?
It's a black starter.
It's your superpowers.
A big BlackRock.
Rabbi, thank you for not leaving the room. I'd love to talk to you. I had that guy blocked. Why is he up? There you go.
Why did he leave?
Oh, we know we'll get them all. We know we'll get them
I think that Wednesday just came in and kicked him out.
No, he didn't get kicked out. He left.
I think so, because Wednesday came in and left. I'm going to ask Rabbi. I'm going to ask Rabbi what happened.
Let's bet on it. He has no money.
Don't bet on it, Danny.
I'm saying,
I don't have anything to bet on it. I bet that Abby will die a virgin.
I will
Time to
take care
get
of
the
your
money.
son, and I will
Taking
take
all
care
the
of
fun.
your son.
I just trying to get my money.
Yeah.
I won't do drugs in front of your son, by the way.
But I don't.
What you say, bitch?
And I don't.
That shit was not lit. Go back to the bedroom and practice. Go back to your cave.
It's back to the ghetto you go.
Who said that?
Yo, who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that?
Who talking?
No.
That's that C person.
That's right. That's right.
Well, let me find out who talking, motherfucker.
What's the cat?
His name is a realist.
Don't make me fucking get the stick, nigga.
Get the what?
Don't make me get the fucking stick, nigga. I'm gonna get that fucking stick.
Shit.
Where your ass on?
Shit, nigga.
Choke this shit out.
You wanna hear this motherfucker? You wanna hear this
Realist, he
dog?
wants your stick. Are you gonna call
You
it
wanna hear
that?
this shit?
Nah, I don't do gay shit. Unlike you.
You don't like this fucking shit. Pop, 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 nigga.
White boy,
No,
love.
he-
I don't talk, nigga. I don't talk, nigga.
He's
I
gonna
don't
pop
talk.
that pussy on you.
I don't talk, nigga.
You know, white boy love gay shit. You know, y'all used to walk around with all those fucking wigs in your head. What they call that shit? George Washington.
Anyways,
You wear wigs and shit.
where's Eli?
Oh, he went offline.
Son of a bitch.
His name is Ellie.
Okay.
And Yahoo. No, he has a son he has to take
Well,
care of.
yeah,
He's not like Danny.
Google
Yeah.
that guy. He could
He's not like Diogenes.
Diogenes is taking care of his
Doesn't he
children.
have
Shut
like
the fuck up.
10 kids or something, and you're trying to be the next wife?
Yes, are you jealous? Because your obese husband cannot make more than one child?
Damn, bitch, Diego, how many bitches you fucking on here? When you
I
fucking
don't know,
that
but
one
I
crazy
saw his
bitch?
picture, and he wasn't my type at all. You know?
Damn, nigga, you were fucking that one crazy bitch.
Your husband?
He looks Amish. No, he looks like Amish.
Nobody asked your opinion, bitch.
Here's the thing, guys. In all honesty, I didn't pass the qualifications to earn the hat, but there's still time.
Honestly, how women work, if they see one girl fucking the guy, they want to see what it's
Oh no, let's not start a trauma now. Let's talk about geopolitics. Let's talk about the reasons.
I don't think Diego is all that, you
What do you
know.
think about it? Or
They
have a good review.
they just see other women fucking you. So
Yeah, so like so
what do you think of?
Cause you
Oh
fucking
my
all
god, please don't talk about your trauma, woman.
I just saw 5 minutes. So
I ain't gonna lie, my nigga. You getting all the hoes, so I dap you up, bro. You getting all
They call me the plumber, Johnny.
Yeah, you
You're talking about Diogenes, not about Diego.
I'm a
They
dap
get
you
an
up.
alliance with the Black Sabbath. What is going on?
Oh, really? Can you come and fix my garbage disposal?
It is a garbage disposal, alright.
Is that what you call your ass?
No.
He calls it the dump truck.
That's right, babe.
Bro, I feel like throwing up right now.
Hey, I'll be back, guys. Don't close this beautiful room. Hey, Miss Daniel, you guys are saints. Just
I
keep
don't
this
know
up.
why they feel so
I know.
so fucking nasty. Thinking about his ass. Ew.
Ugh, you would love it.
Fuck, I wouldn't.
Okay, each one in the room.
Look at Rico's in there jealous. He can't even keep his eyes open.
What is the solution from his eyes to see a little bit further next year, next 2 years, next 10 years?
Glasses?
What the fuck are we
I
talking?
think some glasses would help for the is it foresight?
What the fuck are we talking?
What solution, Amos? You talking about Israel or Ukraine?
No, only Israel. I don't talk about it.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was about Ukraine when I think.
Israel has
I think the solution is gonna be Gaza's gonna be Israel, West Bank gonna be annexed in the next coming 4 years. There are gonna be Palestinians located somewhere else. I think this will give you a little bit of more peace in Israel. What do you think?
I think that Ukraine.
What are you saying?
You think next year Hamas will control in Gaza?
I don't think there will be ever like actual peace in Israel. I think that you will always have militia members trying to kill Israelis, given your past and your struggle forever. But I do think you will expand this year.
So I don't know. I mean, after October 7, Israel's relationship with the Palestinians is now different because prior to October 7, the Palestinians did not represent an existential threat. They were in danger, but they were not an existential threat. Excuse me, can I finish my goddamn thought?
I don't think so. In what fucking realm is Hamas posing an existential threat?
Fucking rude.
They're getting stronger, Dad.
Okay?
They are. Look at this. Look at
Shut
these
the fuck
motherfuckers.
up. I'm
The
trying to-
fire rises. He said,
But I don't think
Hamas poses an existential threat to
Now
Israel.
that they're an existential threat,
No, I said the Palestinians.
the repercussions are going to be much, much stronger.
That's what I said. He said
Israel's going to
Hamas.
be hitting back
No, I
much,
said
much
Palestinians,
harder
not Hamas.
to any kind of provocation.
Excuse
So
me.
the consequences and the destruction is going to go way up. If there's continuous
Is there a difference, Daniel?
So it's not going to return to the status quo because the situation
Yes,
is not
there's
the
a
same.
Well,
The situation is much more
Hamas is a code name
severe.
in a way. It's not just Hamas. You also PRJ, and even if you know a bit about Hamas, they've been controlling Gaza for 20 years.
You're saying that's
Going to operate much more
They also have
preemptively.
a radio station, a TV station, a website for children. I went into those things, okay, and I watched the shows, and I went to the website of children. What they teach children is very troubling. And you can see, for example,
what are they supposed to teach them?
Anything but that, but one way or another,
whatever they teach
They're supposed to teach them
people.
Jewish lies, Diogenes, don't you know? Like our children get.
Oh, he's gone.
What?
See,
what is going?
There's a good chance that you could leave the Palestinian children alone with an iPad and YouTube, and they would turn out significantly normal.
Yeah, you just need to have a specific content
They would be good boys,
to
so to speak.
what?
Good little boys, right?
But this situation where you have
But let's be honest,
relatives
the struggle
building up
between the
building
Arabs
up
and
on
the Jews versus
capabilities
the
right
children
next
of
to
Abraham.
Israel, and that's one of the main things that came up in this report was that you can't allow these groups to become really powerful right next door. So I think that Israel's going to be much more aggressive to preempt these groups.
But it's not able to
But
preempt something that already
they still
exists
have to
for 2
figure out
decades.
what they're actually going to do with Hamas in Gaza. I mean, it's a bigger problem than I think people are letting on. Basically, I don't think five divisions, 50,000 people, can actually defeat Hamas and permanently remove them from Gaza and replace them as a new governing, mechanism.
So what you're saying is you're
I don't
smarter
think it's
than the
enough.
best Israeli generals.
That's right. Well, the funny thing is,
The best that Israel has to offer in their analysis is what they're doing. So your plan is better. So they should call you, Mike?
Yes.
They can be wrong. And it also depends on what their goals are. I mean, we saw this in Iraq. It's one thing to win the battle. It's another thing to win the war. And in order to change the long-term reality about Gaza, somebody has to control it. Somebody has to withstand whatever insurgency the remnants of Hamas creates. So this is very complicated and difficult. And also, if Israel launches a major offensive on Hamas, they're just going to blend back in with the civilians, hide out in the civilians with the tents.
So let me ask this a different way.
Separate out,
What's the Mike
and just
plan?
wait out until the offensive is over.
Okay, so what's the Mike plan?
Well,
You're in control. You have the entire IDF at your disposal.
Well, the thing
So what's
is,
the Mike plan?
the smarter plan, in my opinion, is you need allies. If you're going to do a long-term occupation, it's not about firepower. It's about staying power and about being able to shape the reality not just next week, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So I don't think you can do it without allies. So Israel does not
You're
have
getting at
allies.
be experimenting on y'all with them damn puzzles, y'all.
If you solve it, I will unblock you. I will.
Bro, he might be experimenting on y'all minds and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Cole, how are you today?
And y'all don't even know it, bro. Yeah, for the first day, a few days, I feel better. Thank you.
I mean, how do you feel about the your Zelensky, your clown, treated like a little bitch today? By President Trump.
My clown? It's not my clown. It's...
You're the one supporting this.
Today Trump has proved.
I don't think you got the message. Apparently, we're not supporting. You gotta read the room better.
He's anti-Semitic.
He treated him like a little bitch. That's what That's what he did.
He took a shit all over him.
Yeah.
He did treat him like a little weirdo.
Treated him like a little bitch.
Man, long live Russia, man. Russia's amazing.
Slava Putin, Slava Putin.
Slava Putin.
Stupid clown. He got fucking $300 billion. He got the audacity to say we're alone. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, that was.
I would like to talk about something useful.
But in reality, J.D. Vance started this whole thing. He was being a bit.
This is really exactly, Robbie. Wait a minute, are you jealous?
J.D. Vance started.
Yeah, he did.
Wait a minute, are you jealous?
They didn't even do good cop, bad cop. They just like tag team.
No, bad cop, worse cop.
Exactly.
Who you are?
They both attacked him at the same time. I think one of them removed from the front.
Wait a minute, that Abby? Hey, Abby?
Fuck. Damn,
On
that's
the island? Is it
fucking
gay one?
clown.
Yeah, right.
Run, fuck.
Yeah, you know the gay
How
one?
pathetic.
Isn't it?
Where's Bussy? Bro, don't bring that fucking faggot here, bro.
Yeah, the realist isn't a faggot for all of us.
Well, I don't want to hear that guy. I really think that guy is fucking retarded. Like, he's really like mental issues.
Where's your tongue, Brian? Where's your tongue? No, where's your tongue?
That Boosie guy he's really retarded. Like, something wrong with him.
Can't trust these fat fucks.
Why would you even like?
Fat
Annie.
fucks.
Annie the Christian.
Can't trust these fat fucks.
Yeah.
That guy's funny.
Fucking demons. Demons.
Annie the Christian. What? He said ew because she's a Christian. That's funny.
I think I'm behind in the conversation.
I guess he's Muslim.
I don't know. Who?
Not anymore.
What's up, you big faggot?
She's over there eating. That's how you could tell you're fucking fat.
Me? I'm huge. I weigh 102 pounds.
Eating snacks and shit.
102. Woo!
No, you're asking about your weight, not your age. That's right. Age is spinner.
Either way, that looks pretty good, right?
Age is spinner.
Thanks, Daddy. Good one.
That is not good.
Fucking pieces of shit.
Well, put your picture up.
Yeah, the whole time.
It is up there.
Let me see. What the fuck is that on your forehead?
It's Ash Wednesday. It was from Ash Wednesday.
Oh, I'm tripping. I went to Catholic school. I knew what that was.
When is that birthday?
Last year.
Y'all made the black woman leave. This was her room.
Oh, shit. Was this Jazzy's room?
But she modded the black man? That's racist.
I'm not open to mod all you motherfuckers. I'm not modding. I'm not modding that Abby bitch. Hell no. That bitch.
What's wrong with Abby?
Never mind that bitch.
Oh my.
Excuse me.
What's not wrong with Abby? That's the real question.
You want me to start about you?
Oh, Abby, I don't think you ever stop about me.
Uh-oh.
That's true.
There you go.
Is that my
Everybody's hoping.
wishing and hoping? Diego, I'm a fan of yours, okay?
Thank you, darling.
And you put the hoe in hoping.
You're so funny.
I know.
Hoping and praying and wishing.
Yeah, I love that. What, miss?
Oh, 100 piece.
Oh. Wait, are you dressed? No, you're coming with me, you bitch.
Wow, man.
So they can call each other bitches and we can't. Okay.
Yeah, just like you can call each other nigger and we
Yeah. Oh, is that
No,
right?
you can't. You can't. You're right.
Okay, so we're gonna get
Well, actually, we can. We just prefer not to start a conflict.
Yes, you are such a loser. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Sounds like she's talking to a black woman, right?
Yeah, I thought.
First of all, it's not really that far.
How long did it take you to
She
get there?
black.
25 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's a nigga.
He's not
Oh, yeah. 25 minutes isn't bad. Well, be careful, okay?
He's awesome. He's very
Ooh, she cares about a black woman. Yeah.
our business.
Yeah,
So I told him no.
okay.
And I just basically told him like we're chilling. And I also just
Right, was a token nigga.
Yeah,
everybody has problems.
yeah.
Like it's not a big
She's
deal.
talking to a black woman.
We fucking go through it.
Yeah,
I'll fuck him, but I wouldn't marry him.
I promise you guys I won't. I promise.
No, that's fine.
I promise. But yeah, just,
Are you getting in trouble for what we say to you?
yeah, always.
But I'm gonna come back tomorrow.
Yeah, no, just like, yeah, know that you can always.
Please don't.
I hope you're giving that black woman some money. Whitey.
We gonna have sleepovers. I'm gonna
Eat that white pussy.
Ew.
Really? Oh, that's
Yeah, you're right. Ew, it's old.
Get in line, Johnny. He owes me a date first.
Okay.
Telling you don't want that, bro.
Yeah, it's too old.
I tell you last time.
It's too old for me. I don't.
Oh, hi. Oh, hello? Am I not on mute?
Oh, you knew you weren't on mute. Oh, you
Mother, miss, I was not on mute for a conversation.
You knew you weren't on mute.
It's
You know,
they don't know.
why are you trying to play like you didn't know?
Only me. Okay. They're a bunch of faggots in here.
Fuck out of here, bitch. I ain't no faggot.
I don't know, I'm just kidding.
I think it's two in here, maybe one. I don't know.
No, because Ryan's not really a faggot.
Shit.
So, okay, no, Ape, he's a faggot. So we got one. Just one.
Hey, here's my balloon.
Diego. Wait, you have Lou modded on me? Oh my god.
They can mod whoever they want. It's not my
It's
fault.
the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah, that's a real white song. It only works good in movies.
Alright, bitches, I'll see y'all in a bit.
Wait, what? What?
I don't think we want to see you, but okay.
Why'd you leave?
But he's gay.
And I'm getting packed up today.
Me? Right.
You were? I can't see that.
What world are you living in?
I said I was getting back up.
This guy's trying to say I got packed up today. Did that happen?
I'm trying to take some medication. You know what? I'm gonna put you in a fucking gas chamber.
I don't remember. Oh, you don't drive? Oh.
I don't think she's a Jew.
I'm driving.
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna make an exception.
No, but I feel like we can go with it. He probably makes me feel better. I packed and on today. I'm like, okay.
Are you speaking English right now?
Okay, great. See you soon.
I know.
Well, apparently having a whole conversation about it.
Your ass is
Okay, great.
unmuted.
See you soon.
Don't tell me.
Okay, great. See you soon. I'm not your chauffeur, bitch.
You want to pass him up for me?
You know she's unmuted.
I don't know.
Yeah, she knows.
Jesus Christ, this is the cringiest behavior. It's so cringe.
Go ahead.
Oh.
But you don't know them.
Insecurity is palpable
This is right.
and it is cringe.
Levels of insecurity possible.
Honestly. February's already over, guys. Holy shit.
Say, Evan.
Who's this motherfucker?
That motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
That's all he does. He's a motherfucker.
Well,
So it is Democratic or Republican?
Get your fake accent out of here.
it is not just Democratic or Republican. Sometimes it is a combination of the two. It is a Democratic Republic. What, you kick him? Why you kick him?
Because you kicked my dog.
You kicked my dog. Why did you kick my dog? How can she slap me? Stop laughing!
I started it. You kicked my dog.
Hey, Diego.
Yeah.
What's this I hear about you eating Nutella out of her ass?
What do you want to hear? What details do you want?
Did you do it or didn't you do it?
Is this another one of Abby's stories? Hey, Abby, I appreciate having my name in your mouth all day long. I don't know if you ever heard this one, but when you talk about people, you give them energy. And
Oh no, Diego, no, not like this. Not like this, Diego. No, don't get butthurt.
It's all good.
Are you drunk?
Are you drunk? I've been having a few.
Oh my god, you're fucking drunk! Are you alright?
I'm good.
Alright.
Sergeant, can you check your message?
What's that?
Check your message.
Hold on.
It wasn't Nutella, by the way. It was Date Lady.
Yeah,
Rabbi was the Nutella.
Yeah, that was Rabbi. Yeah.
niggas gossip like girls,
Diego, why are you drinking?
Oh, I went to a meeting with a Japanese guy, and he gave me sake, and I don't know what's in there.
David is telling people he's Japanese?
No, it wasn't David.
I would believe it. Why can't I find the file I'm looking for? Oh, hey, who did you like that song?
No, he didn't. He said it was stupid.
Honey bear, oh honey bear.
No, that song was gay, bro.
What are you doing in your underwear?
He thought it was stupid.
Getting dressed for a new day.
Let's again. They should have heard my song. That motherfucker room.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. That's right. That was a banger, Johnny.
I know. I forgot the hook though. If I knew the hook.
Where the fuck is this file? I thought you'd like that, by the way, Lou. I curated that. I specifically picked it for you to try and cheer you up.
No, I don't have it.
Well, you know.
I didn't get it. I didn't understand the song.
Song is a recognition of sometimes things are going to happen in our day that we don't like. It's not going to go our way, you know, but we got to look on the bright side. We got to know that the sun is always shining, and I'll see it when the rain is done. The sunshine in my heart, it's always there.
Jesus, I've never heard this motherfucker sing.
God damn. I'm going to have a few myself. I said.
White people.
It must be boring to be a black person, to constantly reject everything interesting and creative, to never feel comfortable expressing yourself.
Bro, we express ourselves very well. Shit.
Violence is not the sum total of human expression.
No, we're the greatest entertainers ever, bro. Come on.
You're dancing slaves. I mean, you're literally you're performers. You're performers.
No, you're performers of oral sex.
Hell yeah.
It's faggots.
Thank you very much.
Y'all invented gay. Y'all was in those bathhouses in Rome, sucking each other dicks. You forgot about that?
Who was sucking who's in?
Of course you want to know, man.
He's getting excited.
Does Joe need something to watch?
Oh my god. It's so stupid.
That's not nice. Where's David? Somebody ping David in here.
You don't have to answer.
He's on a date.
That's your prerogative.
I knew it was Diego and David.
Yeah.
Wait, Abby, who was it, that guy that stole your bike? What?
A Moroccan.
A Moroccan, okay, yeah. No, and I thought it was, okay, Moroccan, I can remember that, because someone came in with, like, and I thought it was that kind of guy that would steal a bike, and I go, you steal bikes?
You can't say, you can say nigger, and it's a free country.
It's that nigger in this case.
Isn't she a family?
I am. Well, no.
No, you're not.
Bro, who minded her, bro? Hell no, don't mind her.
Who did that?
The one and only. Not a fake faggot like Lou.
The white monster.
No, why am I minding him?
Because you're a faggot. I understand you wrong.
Oh, okay. So I beat down on you, that means I'm not a faggot.
She agrees with me.
Nah.
One thing Dan is right about is
No,
that
she agrees with anything.
Kanye West stated a civil protest to support Ukraine wearing a
Luke,
small
you're
pocket
just jealous of me. It's weird.
Hakenkreuz.
Hakenkreuz.
Doing that.
Hey, you know, I gotta tell you, Ann. I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
When all the bad blood is put to the side, you know, I do appreciate the singing we used to do together. I thought we could all come together as a clubhouse a cappella group. I thought we were gonna fill the clubhouse with love and light and wholesomeness. And then I found out we're all just a bunch of degenerate fucks.
We're all liars.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, you know that song 99 Love Balloons?
Yes.
Okay, you know the lyrics to that? So my daughter, I had signed her up for dance, and that's one of her songs that she's dancing to. And I was like, okay, well, hopefully her teacher definitely knows, like, out of all songs.
I'm finna go listen to my rap music, bro.
I did not realize.
No, go ahead.
Wait, I have a whole point to circle back on it. So remember when they tried to say the red balloon and they thought it was like China spying on us? They talk about that, the red balloons and that song, 99 Love Balloons, that was from like that 83.
You guys know I'm recording you, right? You guys all know you're being recorded?
I know.
And take the microphone out of your mouth.
Oh, no,
Don't
was on my car speaker.
What? Somebody's broadcasting a lot of background noise.
No, it's probably I'm on my car.
Take a bike next.
I have to pick up my daughter.
So what is Lebanon's position? Oh, Prince! Let's go, Prince! Let's go! Prognosticator #1, strip star extraordinaire, His Majesty, Short King, Prince!
Do you remember Prince? We were just going to those rooms and just doing the fire thing and taking over.
Yeah, that was good times. What happened to us, guys?
Diego happened.
Diego happened. Yeah, Diego's here. Diego has arrived.
Yeah.
It is his time to take the stage.
Why are you lying? You don't have me drunk, you fucking faggot.
Own the moment.
What? Are you that scared of me?
Own your moment.
Ooh. Man, what a waste of damn time.
Diego, not you.
Own your moment, Diego.
He's a faggot.
Let the alcohol flow through you. Mixette, where's Mixette? Take Mixette in here so we can have legal counsel.
Oh my God, another Jewish lawyer.
Oh, that's just a laugh.
There's a captain lawyers out there, Prince. What kind? You know a non-Jewish lawyer?
Which Muslim lawyer gonna help Nura?
Listen, I've been, you know what? When you see the Jews, just ask them how do they feel about the disrespect.
Before we get all heated up, Prince, before we all get all heated up, how have you been? How have you been? How have you been?
Good, you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm in good health. Got through some hardships, but it's gonna be a beautiful summer, beautiful spring.
Oh, it's too early for that.
Oh, what are you talking about too early? The sun is shining, the days are getting longer, I'm waking up, there's the sun. It's gonna be all right. And he got a deep pork cleaning.
Here comes the sun.
Can somebody bring Nikki up? I have a question. I have a pressing question.
Oh man, here we go.
Nikki, how do you feel about the mistreatment of a Jewish leader in the Oval Office?
What?
How do you feel about that?
Oh, he's talking about Harold Zelensky.
So you brought me up for, seriously?
Who's taller, Zelensky or Prince?
Huh?
Who's taller, Zelensky or Abby?
Oh wow, Darges, why you do me like that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, but you're a girl. Like, you're supposed to be.
Yeah, you're a girl. He's a fucking...
You're cute. You're I think you're taller than me.
I'm a little taller than you.
Diogenes, don't get us into the women talk, brother.
Alright, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just think Zelensky's very short.
What kind of what?
What lip gloss do you use?
Lip gloss?
Yeah, don't start it.
I don't use lip gloss.
I'm joking.
That was embarrassing. I thought.
How do you make your nails done?
He got set up, Prince. He got set up, Prince. He got set up. Like, poor guy was literally fucking set up.
Diogenes, the problem I'm having with this is not that, you know, okay, the U.S. saying, okay, I don't want to support this war anymore. That's fine. The problem I'm having with this is that the United States put that poor country in the middle of the fucking war. If it weren't for the U.S., that country wouldn't be at war. And then they bring him and they shred him.
And they humiliate him. Right.
Yeah.
Isn't it the most despicable condemnation of the public, the entire American public, that they would allow this to happen, and then they would get behind it, and they would have the temerity to cheer for it as if it's some kind of win for us. I mean, we are responsible for the death of 500,000 to 600,000 of the best Ukrainian men. Because we told them repeatedly in Congress, well, I mean, if you want to include that in the conversation, yeah, but apropos the war in Ukraine, I mean, we're absolutely responsible for that. We, collectively, and for the head of state to just completely pivot and act like, oh, well, you know, we didn't support this. I mean, we didn't encourage this. No, we don't have any responsibility for this.
Terrible. He did something. He said, you made a deal with stupid Biden.
Yeah.
Bro, the problem here is Donald Trump. This is not a fucking company, dude. It's a country. He was elected, and you were elected.
Yes. And if you're not prosecuting, then again, the only appropriate response for the head of state in the United States would have been to say, look, we shouldn't have done this. We are sorry. We can't do this anymore. And we're going to... Obviously. And he's responsible as well. Man, Prince, I love your take here.
If I were Zelensky, and because of, my era of pride, he's a Jew, he doesn't have any pride. If I was in that fucking office,
they have pride, they don't have shame. They have pride, they don't have shame.
I would have told him, listen, motherfucker, it's your establishment. I don't care what president's sitting in that chair. It's your establishment to push my country into NATO, who antagonized Russia by these actions. You wanted this.
And throw it in their face. Throw it in their fucking face. You said your fucking Secretary of State. You said your fucking Secretary of State to our fucking country, and you said you fucking stood with us. Where are the fucking boots on the ground? Don't say you fucking stand with Ukraine. Suck my fucking cock. That's what he should have done. He should have fucking realized, like, hey, I'm not gonna fucking play your games and be jerked around. I have nothing to lose. Y'all are gonna fucking take me out back and shoot me when you're done anyways. Fuck you. Where are the fucking troops? We need motherfucking bodies. You're upset that we're conscripting motherfuckers? You haven't sent a single goddamn soldier to support us, yet you want to take all the credit for protecting the free fucking world. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, we signed an agreement with fucking Biden. We would have signed an agreement with any administration that promised to help defend us. Yeah. But he was ambushed. They literally set him up and ambushed him. They led him to believe, before they got him in front of the camera, that everything was good. He was going to sign the deal. Everything was going to be okay. He probably was led to believe that when he signed the deal, because you heard Trump say several times that we were going to be over there and we were going to be digging. He specifically said we. So they were probably leading Zelensky behind the scenes to believe that the United States would put troops there. At the same time, the UK was assuming a bellicose stance and saying they need to remilitarize and start spending an increased percentage of their GDP on armaments, and that they needed to consider sending troops to Ukraine. They literally led this fucking guy. You know what my wife said when she heard about this? She said, well, this is what happened to fuck with the big boys. And I was like, yeah, Zelensky's a fucking moron. And he fucking is responsible for 500,000 to 600,000 dead Ukrainians because he sold his people out for a fucking paycheck. It's just such a despicable sort of circumstances. I'm mad about this. I'm glad you have the right take, Prince. Refreshing. You get it. I mean, Zelensky betrayed the fact that he's not a legitimate head of state, that he's not his own man, by allowing himself to be browbeaten like that, when the obvious answer is, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, hey, Trump, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't stand with Ukraine. You haven't stood with Ukraine. Don't act like this is some fucking kind of, special deal. We don't have the fucking money to send us because you fucking sent it back to your military-industrial complex. We're going and we're doing the dying. You want to play peacemaker while we're fighting for our fucking existential existence? You have to turn on somebody like that. He's fucking trying to embarrass you and humiliate you for something he set you up to do. What a debacle. And the right loves it. The right loves it. The right's like, yeah, now we're going to be able to sleep at night, and we're going to act like we're not responsible for what's happening in Ukraine. The good or the bad. We're not responsible for anything anymore. Unfucking believable.
If Prince was in that office, he could reuse the same outfits.
It's such a gay take.
They call it gay, but they don't call it a lie.
Nigga, you drunk.
Yeah.
How does the Churchill quote go? Yes, but tomorrow I'll be sober. And you, madam.
Wow, David really fucking conditioned you.
That was a Churchill quote?
No, he means David Boveda, not Churchill.
You don't have to respond.
I'm your Bitcoin, Rico.
How's Bitcoin Cash, bro? $1,800 high, and I think we're at 280 now?
Diego, who are you kissing?
David Belvedere's ass.
One of my wives.
Yeah, because the other one is in jail.
Women get turned on by the idea of Blair.
That was a good one on my phone.
Are you a Bitcoin maximalist now, Diego?
He always been. He always like Bitcoin Cash, and that's why you kicked him out from your.
No, what?
I remember back in the days when he came in, it's like, but Bitcoin Cash, and you were like, fuck you, and you kicked him out of your rooms.
I wasn't kicking him because he liked Bitcoin Cash. I was kicking him because he's fucking. He was either trolling or he's insincere and doesn't understand the technological differences that maybe he does now. I don't know. Maybe he's done his research. I didn't think it was sincere. That's why I kicked him, not because I like Bitcoin Cash. I think Bitcoin Cash is a better iteration of a decentralized peer-to-peer medium of exchange. I think it's one of the best ones on the market right now. Now, there's obviously serious glaring flaws, but I wasn't kicking him because he liked Bitcoin Cash. I like Bitcoin Cash. I was kicking him because I think he's insincere. I don't think he did his homework. I think he was just saying it to troll me. Like, oh, you're a Bitcoin Cash guy. Like, no, I mean, how could you not be a Bitcoin Cash guy? Like, it has
Thomas, like you do your words. Weren't you pro Bitcoin Cash?
He was never pro Bitcoin Cash. He doesn't. Abby, you have to have convictions in the first place to be pro anything.
The way he explained was, I remember he was Bitcoin Cash.
Tomas with Bitcoin Cash.
Tomas argued.
Hello, Rico. Can you talk?
Oh, what's going on?
Oh my God. Are you okay? Stay here for a second.
Get back together. Please get back together.
Were you pro?
No, no way that can happen.
At some point, hello.
Yeah, definitely was. I remember.
Lou, would you win a fight with Thomas for Kate's?
No. I can tell you that. Kate prefers Rico. So there you go, Rico. You won.
That's fine.
The Matrix. God has chosen.
Oh, but she has a boyfriend. That's right.
What she needs is a man friend.
She would pick one, she would pick Rico over you.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, she would.
How could this happen to me?
Yeah, where's the teddy bear song when I need it, Diogenes?
Honey bear, honey bear, honey bear. What are you doing in your underwear?
Underwear.
Oh, now you like it?
For a new day. But now he understands it. Now he understands the emotions that are supposed to be associated with it.
Anyway, Rico, you were pro Bitcoin Cash, right?
I'm pro expanding the block size to avoid using a layer 2.
Not just using a layer 2, like you have to admit several other fundamental flaws in Bitcoin, and they are relevant to Bitcoin Cash as well. It is an immature technology, and again, I said this to you, Thomas. We spoke about this. I said, I don't hold Bitcoin Cash. I don't hold Bitcoin. I don't believe in any of the projects. But if you want Bitcoin, you want peer-to-peer decentralized, you have to go with Bitcoin Cash. It's still got a lot of problems. But you know what's going to happen every single time is that.
No, we fundamentally agree. There's just like an equilibrium at block size where like you can maintain decentralization and also like
you cannot the social attacks. Like, so look, you see what it was well understood, unfortunately, that the only possible way for a peer-to-peer decentralized medium of exchange to would have been for the majority of the public to obtain and spend Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash, or cryptocurrency independently of centralized exchanges. Because there's no, I mean, this is all wash trading. This is all horse shit. Like look at the price right now of Bitcoin. You know what I think's happening with the price of Bitcoin? I think massive whales are accumulating almost all of the Bitcoin.
Right.
And they are completely in control of the price, all of the price action, and they move the price at will.
I think there's a non-zero chance of that. Yeah.
You know, Thomas, I don't like that I like you. You know that? Are you aware of that? Yeah.
On the other hand, why has Bitcoin Cash not been worth $1,800 since 2018?
So again, something is not worth anything if you don't think it's worth anything. It's only worth what you believe it's worth. What you're saying, why are exchanges not valuing it at $1,800?
Why aren't users valuing it at $1,800?
Because users don't fucking care about crypto. The majority of the public doesn't care about crypto. They only care about being rich, getting rich. They're speculators. Most of the people who hold Bitcoin are only holding it because they think, I'm going to get rich. This is going to make me rich. And they argue, I have ideological and principled reasons for holding Bitcoin. It's going to change the world. And what they really mean is it's going to change my world. I believe I'm going to get so rich. Look at that fucking number. And they're just like the boomers who continue to invest in the stock market, and they continue to make irrational decisions that are depriving all of the future generations in this country of having any chance at liberty or prosperity, because they're seeing those numbers on their 401k go up. So Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin, isn't going to be adopted for use unless it can offer something that other currencies can't. And I don't think that any cryptocurrency is going to be able to offer something that other currencies can't or won't. And if they do, the federal government's just going to step in. So it's irrelevant. They're going to get their taxes. Like the whole reason, I think one of the biggest group to support cryptocurrency was arguably the people who wanted to avoid paying taxes. You know, because it's a very straightforward idea, right? If I have to pay taxes on dollar-denominated assets, fine. But if all my assets are denominated in some other value, fuck you. What are you going to do, right? Well, it doesn't work that way. And one of the huge defeats that the Bitcoin maximalists don't like to accept is that the government said we're going to tax your crypto gains. And where was the revolt? Where was the pushback? There was none. And so now the government has a reason. They have an excuse that has been held up legally in the courts to investigate you for tax fraud if you don't pay, if you don't report your crypto holdings and your crypto appreciation. I mean, like, get real here.
Those motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm so fucking lively.
And so you think it was the Bitcoiners that let Bitcoin down?
It was all it was the greed that let Bitcoin down. It was a social attack. It was a social attack, and the vector was greed.
Did they let it down when it hit 100K, or did they let it down?
They let it down. I think it was like at 15,000. You know, there were several jumps well before it ever hit 20, 30,000, where people made these decisions where they let greed dictate what they were doing. There was a period where adoption stopped because the miners had such a stranglehold on it because they were making handsome little revenues.
Yeah.
And, you know, when they started producing made-to-order discrete mining equipment, and the Chinese like accumulated like 2/3 of the market and started pooling their resources. I mean, it was like there's clearly no decentralization left in cryptocurrency. The only way you could do it is to have an actually anonymized medium. And I think that the reality is you really have to ask yourself, why am I investing in crypto in the first place? And again, I don't invest in stock market because I believe it's all fraudulent. I think it's speculation. I think it's greed. It entices you to think and act in a manner that's not consistent with the consistent and uniform enforcement of the law.
Or God's rules.
Well, definitely not God's rules. That's, yeah, right out of the gate. So you don't, well, I guess, you don't hold Bitcoin. Thomas, you hold Bitcoin?
Yeah, no, I don't hold Bitcoin. That's all I talk about, but I don't.
That means
I
yes.
was going to say, I've heard you talk about Bitcoin. I mean, maybe you're...
No, he does own it. He's just being sassy, and it's just like because Randy gave him shit for lying about holding stocks, so he's still in that trauma, I guess.
Well, I guess
It's okay, Rico. You can admit to it.
We're all getting sassy. Here comes the sun, right? Here comes the new year. The Ides of March should be very interesting this year.
That's a
You
great
said
movie.
it last year.
I did, and you know what? I'm not Nostradamus. And you know what? And that, you know what? I agree, and that's a shame. Secretary of Defense. We've got Howard fucking Lutnick of Kitover Fitzgerald. I think we're gonna have some fireworks this year. We have the Atlanta Fed reporting, revising their quarter one expectations from a 2.3 revenue increase to a 1.3 decrease, which would be recessionary. I mean, I think there's gonna be.
Wait, can you say this? Do you say this all outside your recording, or are you still recording? Cause shit, I might record now.
What did you like to know?
When are you not recording? Come on.
I'm not like Nora, my dear. I don't have gigabytes of your voice.
That's because Edmund keeps it for you, Abby, but I think his point stands.
Exactly. Edmund is literally my Mossad brother.
What a gentleman.
I don't need to. Yeah, exactly. He's a gentleman. He gained a lot of my respect.
Are you afraid to fly, Diego? Seeing how people get these airplanes?
I'm on the no-fly list. Don't you know?
I'm jealous. How did you do that?
Well, start his cam.
Is he really on? Are you really on the no-fly list?
No, of course not. He recently in New York, and then he goes to San Diego.
But maybe he drives.
Diego, I'm not only recording you on Clubhouse, I'm recording you on I'm joking. I'm trying to get you paranoid.
She's not joking.
No, I am joking. I don't give a shit about your life. You do you. But I do think you should stick up for Nora, even though I don't like her.
Why don't you stick up for Nora?
Wow.
Because she hates me.
Do it. She'll start liking you once you do it.
No, I've been there. I've been there. She loves to fucking stab me in my back. What she'll do to you one day, and you'll be like, Abby, you were right.
No.
It's how I was right about her age. Mm-hmm.
What's her age?
I was right about her age.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I were.
You were totally off.
How am I totally off?
You said she was 40 plus.
No, you said she was younger than me.
Well, the jury's still out on how old you are.
I didn't say that.
I'm 31.
She should be a birth certificate. I can verify this. No, I saw her birth certificate.
Yeah, we met actually. You don't know. You're always coming at me, but.
Yeah, I was coming at.
Yes.
Anti-Ajay's filing?
Yeah.
Okay. You beat me and Nora.
What do you think we've been fighting?
Hey, but this.
Hi, fresh haircut.
Hi, thank you.
Is that Ryan?
Yeah, send me a picture, Ryan.
I will. You're really, you're rough looking. I saw the beard and
I wish
everything.
you weren't gay, Ryan. I wish you weren't gay. It would have been better.
Well, you
Right.
have competition.
Because if you were not gay, then we could appreciate you as not being, a confused degenerate.
Well, yesterday he admitted that he had a crush on Tea Time, which is a Jewish woman of like 50, 55.
That's start slow. Start with a cougar. Start slow. Absolutely.
I know, right?
Work your way down. Just make sure you stop at a certain point, or you will end up in jail.
Ah, nice, Ryan.
Muslim. Oh, that's right. You got to make sure the conversion happens before. Then you'll be released.
Ryan, I think Tea Time will fall in love with you.
Who?
She saw you.
Tea Time.
Yeah, you were admitting that you had a crush on her yesterday.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
See?
Okay, who gets into a relationship with a female first? Ryan T. Boswell or Pussy?
Pussy already had a woman.
But I mean, I'm saying a long term,
Pussy can get any bitch if he wants to.
I'm saying yes, I want to. If he wants to, yeah. Thank you, Ryan.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're not talking for somebody who's drinking. Come on, man. Spill the beans.
He's scared.
I'm trying to start my car now.
Oh, you're not gonna drive while drunk.
Uh-oh. I gotta go, guys.
Okay, bye.
Oh, bless this guy.
I ran somebody over.
Fuck. Alright. Duty calls.
What did he say? Duty calls?
Duty calls. We just hit the shit.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
You kind of look like Epa.
Me? No, I don't.
But like you're...
Because I'm normally not as small, small. A little puppy right now.
Are you happy with your haircut?
Not really, but my face looks a lot better than it did with my other. I would sit on my face right now.
You have very pretty eyes.
I'm about to eat dinner and take my brother and nephews to a, what's it called?
What is it? Drop the Obama off at the White House. Obama's.
Oh, where is it?
What's up, Cook? Oh, fuck.
What's up?
I just applied for a job in the White House.
Is it really?
Yep.
You're not doing DEI anymore.
I know.
Well,
They're not doing background checks either, so it should be easy for me to get in.
oh, they're not doing background checks.
They're not doing anything. DEI, background checks.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna do it. No.
Yeah, there's a chance.
My connection to the Alexander.
Get down! What the fuck? Come here.
Not doing DEI anymore. Oh man. I'm willing to earn my keep.
Where'd everybody go?
Read his body language that he knew he had just walked into an ambush, and he knew exactly what they had in store for him. This thing about talking about suits and the word, someone, I don't know, said it with the word cotillion. Like, what are we talking about? This guy goes back home and he's trying to lead a country that's been invaded by an aggressor that wants its natural resources. It wants control of that gas pipeline, and it wants control of the minerals. And if you actually think that a country that's led by a former KGB agent is going to act in America's best interest somewhere 5 or 10 years in the future, I have no idea what you're smoking, but it must be really, really good. And lastly, people keep talking about deficits, and I'll go to the grave screaming this. You want to talk about deficits, but no one wants to pay taxes. You want to talk about deficits in America, where again, 8 states are carrying the rest of this fucking country because they have no economy. That's what's going to spiral us to the bottom. It is not foreign wars. It's not all this other stuff. You know, Gary, at one point after the Iraq invasion, Halliburton was making $5 billion a month in revenue. Follow the money. Since the invasion of Ukraine, the defense industry has made about $68 billion. Follow the money. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Daryl. What you always did.
I would like to make one correction. My point about Cotillion, Daryl, was that regardless of what we like, regardless of what we want, people make assumptions about us when they see how we dress. And one of the things people may assume about showing up in sweatpants, looking like you're about to go have beers with your buddies, is that you don't have enough respect for the negotiation.
He wasn't wearing sweatpants, Marshall.
He was not wearing a suit, which is my point.
Yeah, okay. I agree. I understand your point. And you and others have made it several times. I understand your point.
That's not my point. My point is President Trump and the other people might be more hostile because of how you look. That is something that I don't like, don't want, but it is the way the world works.
You don't think that they didn't anticipate he would be dressed that way, Marshall?
I think maybe they anticipated that, just like with the junior senator from Pennsylvania, but it doesn't mean that's the way you can show up, and it doesn't mean that when you get looked at like that people aren't going to think maybe you don't care as much about the thing you say you do as you actually do, because otherwise you would have bothered to show up and pay.
I don't think anybody believes that Zelensky doesn't care about what he is showing up to discuss, because he's fighting for the very mortality of his country, and we all know that. If you want to argue that it was improper for him to dress in the manner which he did, I think I would agree with you. But to argue that that's the reason, or it was a contributing, if you want to argue, as you just did, that was a contributing factor to what we saw in the Oval Office, I can't.
No, what I meant by that was not it was a contributing factor, but that people can make decisions about you because of the way you look. But what you just said, that it was a miss, that's what I meant. I didn't mean anything more.
Okay, and I would ask that heretofore we don't discuss the garb of Mr. Zelensky. And also, I don't mean to be rude, but at 5 minutes to 6, we don't invite folks onto the stage any longer. I don't know why the stage keeps growing, and I'm happy to accommodate everybody, but I just want to point out I have to catch a train to work, and I may have to cut it short and not allow everybody to speak because of that. There's a overwhelming desire to opine on this, and I'm happy that we have this kind of a response. I will take it right up to the last second. I promise you that.
Hey, Gary, I'm ready if I can go.
Okay, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, and I didn't let up. I went to stage. I don't have to, but I just have a couple thoughts. I will not comment on Mr. Zelensky's dress. I mean, a couple things. I think first off, just to frame things, like when Trump talks about making peace here, he talks like he's breaking up a bar fight, not like he's dealing with a home invasion, right? He makes sort of moral equivalence between the parties. Like this is just some sort of dispute, right? It's not that one country was an aggressor unilaterally, right? I mean, his allergy to that is just fascinating. I mean, you could attribute it to the fact that he's including Spock. I think it's something different. I actually think it's because he thinks of himself like a mob boss, and this is how mob bosses are, right? They are often shitty to people and authoritarian to people that are in their, actually under their authority, right? In their cadre, right? I mean, think of that great scene in Untouchables when De Niro beats the guy with the baseball bat, right? But they often show deference to they see as other mob bosses, right? So I think that Trump sees Putin as, hey, he's another boss. This is his part of the neighborhood, and I give deference, just like Xi is another boss. So I think I think he looks at foreign policy very differently, not the sort of classic way most presidents in both parties would look at it with a moral lens. He looks at it with kind of a mafioso fund lens. And so I think he does have a sort of respect for Putin as a fellow kind of mob boss. But I think the other thing, I mean, he reminds me of a great historic British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain. I mean, just appeasement. Appease an authoritarian dictator who's got designs on Europe. We saw how well that worked in the 30s. Just give Czechoslovakia, people will calm down. So I think this is. No, I'm not saying. I hear Marshall and Anson and my friends who are saying we have limited resources. I completely agree, and that's a super complex issue. How we move forward. But the inability to morally take a moral stand on this, and this is, I mean, the argument comes up when he's got to make a deal, He doesn't seem worried about alienating people making deals. He didn't seem worried about alienating Zelensky. I mean, I think it's that he there's something about Putin he respects and wants to be deferential to, which is just, quite frankly, not becoming. So I don't know. And I think for people that say Trump is the ultimate deal maker, today was not. I mean, he looked like an emotional, fragile adolescent. I mean, this is the guy that's got measure and is a deal maker and has the presence to do this sort of thing. I mean, he just is. I don't know, Gary. I think this was it's a classic display of who Trump is. And what we saw today was who Trump really is, and this is who everybody voted for. So
I will point out that Zelensky is attempting damage control. He went on Fox just a few moments ago and said that he respects President Trump. I think, I don't know whether that is the apology that people are looking for from him. And I didn't obviously hear it because I only saw the lower third, as we call it in the business, where it appeared on the screen that that's what he was saying on Fox, because we're busy talking and I'm moderating here. But apparently he's trying to do some damage control, and we'll see. I mean, look, Marco Rubio, who's now the Secretary of State, was once referred to as Little Marco. So who knows how things might change in the relationship between Zelensky and Trump. Maybe there's a path to repairing, but perhaps not. We'll go as quickly as possible from this point. Meryl?
Thank you. I'm not going to get into the parts about China and the pretty heady stuff, because I think that some of the people there are headier and smarter than Trump is. With regard to Vance being there, and Vance even speaking, why wasn't our Secretary of State? He was not speaking. Our head of national security was not speaking. They, just in the last few days, had talked about Russia, and you can't do horrible things. They said horrible, horrible things about Russia. And while our president does not say anything unkind about Russia, and with regard to diplomacy, with regard to bringing him to the White House and all of that, and him doing something, arguing his case in the media, how many weeks now have we heard President Trump to our media say that Zelensky's a loser, Zelensky started the invasion, and when he had to back that up or back down from that, he said, well, he could have prevented it. If he knew what he was doing, he could have prevented it. I could have prevented it. Go on and on and on. And I do believe also, yes, it was a setup. And I believe we don't know what was said to Zelensky beforehand. We don't know. We knew that it was possibly a framework that they were working on. We don't know everything, and we don't know how he was treated. We just know that he brought out like a king holding reign, that he has to sit there. And you also have to take into consideration, like I said, you guys want to talk about China. You want to talk about the national debt. You want to talk about things that Trump doesn't talk about. Trump talked about, if you listen carefully to what he said, he talked about how Russia what they had to go through with him because of Biden and Hunter Biden. And he relived all of the things about Hunter Biden and Biden. And none of you have thought for a moment, not one moment, and I'm not criticizing you, I'm trying to point something out to you. He hates Zelensky. Go back to the phone call that led to Donald Trump's impeachment. And it was the phone call with Zelensky where he would not give him the information that he wanted regarding Joe Biden and his son. And that phone call led to his impeachment. And if you don't think he hates Zelensky for that, like I said, I think you're giving him far much more credit and thinking that there's something very intelligent and deep thinking about what Trump is doing. I do believe that he revealed himself very much today, and I believe that Zelensky revealed himself as someone who's fighting for his country. And you have to think about that. You have to think about Trump keeps saying to him, well, look at, you can't even get, or Vance says, you can't even get soldiers. Russia couldn't. They had to get from, forget it. Russia was having the exact same.
Yes, Russia had to import soldiers from North Korea.
And prior to that, they were taking teenagers who had no training
whatsoever. And they emptied out the prisons. And they emptied out the prisons. You're right about that.
So when he points that out, as being something, that has to just dig right into Zelensky. He's fighting for his country. Our country, quite frankly, has been fighting for Russia. we have listened to him. He wasn't even invited to the White House first. He wasn't invited to any negotiations. The negotiations were between Trump and Zelensky, Trump and Putin. We learned that he'd been taking calls from Putin for several weeks. This was all about him with Putin. And what Zelensky's brought in because the press keeps hammering, why isn't he there? Why aren't you negotiating with him? That is, as far as I'm concerned, this was not about anything other than our country now doesn't have any allies. We don't like our allies. We don't like our allies.
No, that's not true, and you know it's not true. We of course have allies. No, it's not. We have allies all over the world, and to make a declarative statement that we don't is not a truthful statement.
May I please finish? May I please? He has degraded our allies for 2 weeks now. He keeps talking more than that about Europe. He has degraded them while he talks about how we should go get Canada, take over Canada, get Greenland, and expand our latitudes or whatever. And this kind of thing really burns me. If you're going to cozy up with North Korea, you're going to cozy up with Russia, and constantly put down Europe. Don't tell me this is someone who respects our allies.
What I'm going to tell you is that he decides that our allies in Asia are far more important than our allies in Europe. And the problem that we have in the world is Europe does not want to be less important than it was for 200 or 500 years. And so America and Europe are now doing this dance where we're trying to figure out just how important Europe will be in future negotiations. While I agree with you, Meryl, while I agree with you that we don't want to degrade our European allies, I will say some of the stuff that is said is a reflection that Europe is not as important as it was 50 years ago. I would rather have him say it differently, but that's the Marshall man.
Purposes of diplomacy.
Hold on, Brent. I interrupted, so we have to go in order. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. Meet me up, please. Because I put my phone in my pocket.
Yeah, I got it, dude.
Go ahead, Marshall. Or whoever the next speaker is.
No, I'm okay. We can move on.
Mickey. Okay, we'll go to
Hi.
Hi, there you are. Okay, hold on, David G. Go ahead, Mickey.
Hi, I don't have much to say. That I'm just really, I'm totally embarrassed at the way, Zelensky was invited over here, and he was just coated, oh my God, they just tore into him. I think it's kind of unfair.
People himself.
Pardon?
I was talking to myself. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, and so I was embarrassed to be an American today, to see the behavior that Vance and Trump exhibited. I know that it's a difficult time and all, but that was just a shame. That's just a crying shame that we at the White House, a free country, behaved the way that we did today. I've not seen a lot of, I've never seen countries who come together to solve issues and so forth, carry on that way. I just was mortified at that behavior. And granted that, Zelensky's not all innocent. I think he's trying to do the best for his country. And granted also as well, Putin did come over and invade him and wants certain things. So he was trying to defend his country. And someone said that he's doing this alone and that he's not alone. No, he's not alone as far as support, but I think he meant they fought alone because there were no troops, no boots on the ground from any other countries. So I think that's what he meant when he said that. So, but he knows he wasn't alone because, goodness, he had the backup, the support of several European nations as well as the U.S., of course. Tons of relief there. So I just think presidents and world leaders should conduct themselves in a more diplomatic manner, especially if they're allies. I mean, we're allies with Ukraine, and I don't think we should behave that way. I just think it was just a crying shame. I just could cry at the way the U.S. behaved and exhibited themselves today. So I think that's all I want to say.
And to pile on to what you just said, Mickey, and I apologize for doing this, I guess, but I just feel compelled to say that Zelensky was kicked out of the White House. The president said he can come back when he's ready for peace. So I don't know. I think that was the biggest indignity that we saw. And,
oh my God, I'm mortified.
Yeah, you're right. By the way, folks, thank you, Vicki. By the way, folks, the air raid sirens are going on in Kyiv right now. And also, folks that are trying to get onto the stage, it ain't going to happen. Sorry. As of 5 to 6 New York time, we no longer invite people on the stage. I'm going to try to get through everybody before we run out of time and I get a ticket trying to rush to the train. David?
Thanks, Gary. Very important room, given the events of today in our nation's capital. I think many in the room agree that Zelensky was coming hat in hand. The fact that he had to relitigate his arguments to this administration, knowing full well what's gone on. And, we as Americans, we've seen this war broadcast and documented. Pieces like 60 Minutes, heart-wrenching pieces about how these people are out there fighting on the front lines. Men as high as in their 50s being conscripted to leave their families, to do battle against this monstrosity of a country, to hold on to their dignity and their sovereignty. It harkens back to the history that we study with regard to our Minutemen and our gentlemen farmers taking up muskets against the largest military in the world, which was the Great British
What,
Empire.
like fucking, they didn't have muskets?
That had those people not been successful, well, what kind of nation would we have today, or have gone forward with?
It would have been the same shit. It's just different rulers.
That I try to give more context to Trump's behavior as our second round of commander-in-chief. And I've heard it argued, Gary, that the fealty that Trump has toward Putin, you could say that he loves his disposition, his power that he controls, his KGB, his actual dictatorial position that he has over the Russian people. But many of this fealty stems back to the 80s, where the Soviet Union was front and center, our main arch enemy for all things global democracy, rules of law, principles. And it was the agenda of the KGB at that time and the Russian or Soviet Empire to turn out important businessmen. In the 1980s, that was an agenda that the KGB went after. And it's been documented by 3 ex-KGB officers, one located in Kazakhstan, one here in DC, and another one in France.
Stupid people.
And they all had the same story that Trump was co-opted back in 1985, where he took upon himself to travel to Russia, former Soviet Union, Moscow, to try to get a Trump Tower built. And it was there during that visit that information was gathered on behalf of Trump, sensitive information, that unflattering, unsavory information that was been utilized to lever Trump as an asset against our country and in favor of Russia. You know, somebody just made a comment earlier, I think it was Dominic, or not Dominic, but Monsef, about follow the money. Well, these relationships worked out very well for Trump in the 90s when he was filing for bankruptcy, and he needed money to fund his operations, his condos, his casino, particularly after he was blackballed by Wall Street. And of course, Deutsche Bank was front and center in a lot of these dealings, hiding the information that didn't see the light of day. But Russia was, and certain KGB actors, or not KGB actors, but oligarchs were backstopping Russian mob types, his business ventures. So much can be said about that, and that Putin, in his current position, is in control of the actual KGB file on this information. Now, this, of course, has not been fully backstopped by all the evidence that should come out. But keep in mind how Russia controls its information and controls its media, and we see what Trump and Elon Musk are attempting to do with regard to controlling our media, and the way they've sidelined and sued and controlled the AP from showing up to press conferences. And you can see how any reporter who goes out and tries to dig up this information, what may happen to them. So I think ultimately, Gary, even though we can't prove it, we have a compromised president that's in the Oval Office. We see the overtures made toward Putin shortly thereafter taking victory. And of course, the demands that he's making on the poor people of Ukraine and Zelensky with regard to their natural resources, overvaluing our hand with regard to our aid that we've given them, using this as a real estate deal to exact as much leverage and, of course, a cost on the Ukrainian people. So a low point, in my opinion, my estimation, with the campaign that's happening over there and what the Ukrainian people are fighting for, and it's in line with our legacy as a country. And today we just turned a blind eye to that. And I'll end there. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, David. We'll now go to Keith.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Love the style of the Rue. Happy Friday. You know, I love how you can find how many differences of opinions there are on this particular subject, because, you know, there really is no objective truth here. I mean, it depends on how you see things. Me personally, I don't mind that Zelensky got, you know, I think it was
extremely distasteful, but that's the government we have people elected. What did you expect? Well, I mean, what did we expect? We're all acting like this is totally outside of reason with who we have in office. And I don't mind that we have this guy in office. This is who he is. He's kind of a brash asshole. Either way, you know, I think someone said it best. Look, we can't. Ukraine cannot win this war without us, and we got to stop footing the bill. So the war has to end. So I'm sorry. So maybe Trump has KGB ties, but no one cries about the people all over the world, the dignitaries, or even the higher ups who have CIA ties, as if the KGB is somehow less moral than the CIA. I mean, come on. It's like people speak out of two sides of the mountain. I mean, you have corruption going on in the U.S., just like you have in Ukraine, just like you have in Russia, okay? At the end of the day, what it comes down to is we look at global inflation, there's a direct result of this conflict that was never going to be won, ever. It was never going to happen. And so we got to find a way out. Right now, you have China, Russia, strengthening their military ties. They're getting all buddy-buddy as we're draining. We're 31 trillion plus in debt, and we're sending all this money over to this conflict. For what, guys? We need to give it up. We need to get out, stay safe as fast as possible. So I thought that would happen today. Although distasteful, I'm proud to be an American. I'm not sad about being an American because finally, it looks like we're going to stop throwing this money away, which, land here, half of this shit wasn't even accounted for. All right? So I don't know how hard you guys work. I happen to live in a state that taxes the shit out of me. So the money I make on paper, it looks great. It looks very great. But when I actually get it, it's not that great. Well, it's not what it appears to be. You know why? Because I'm giving a shit ton of it towards Ukraine. All right? So I'm tired of it. And I think we all should be. Okay? And so I'm happy that this happened today. Finally, Trump did something right. He had to pivot because he said, everyone up. I'm going to release the Epstein files. We all know he's not going to release them because he's on those files. Okay? He's somehow implicated in this. So he had to do something to help the MAGA charge. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. To help the MAGA contingency feel good about something. Because there's a lot of heat once the files leaked yesterday. There was a shit ton of people that were very disappointed. So yes, it was absolutely a setup, and people were loving it. He has his contingency back, cheering him on. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Jamal.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me speak. And this is my first time in this room. I like the way that the decorum goes in this room. Listening to everybody, I'm gonna keep my short, sweet to the point. But what we witnessed today, especially as an American citizen, even as a veteran, I actually. It was quite outstanding, I must say, in regards to the negotiation that we got to see on national TV in front of everybody. Zelensky was probably like 10 minutes away from everything being good had he not questioned J.D. Vance in regards to wanting to litigate in the public. But the one thing I do want to say, because the brother Anson and I 100% agree with everything that he was saying in regards to somebody got their mic open. In regards to what's going on over there in Ukraine, and we as the United States, we do not need to be sending any type of boots on the ground or anything. Zelensky, I don't know what it is about him. I totally 100% understand that, he said, Russia broke the agreement back in 2014. They broke the agreement with Merkel and Macron that they would sign. Russia broke the agreement. But he is dealing with a new sheriff and a new president, and I do hope that he does understand that. And this mineral deal that is being posed to him and his nation is security, because if we do have workers, American workers, or over there in the mineral doing mining the minerals from Ukraine, that is security in of its own, because it is in the interest of the United States to protect those interests. So I don't quite understand exactly what he is doing with this Tough Guy Act. And when we talk about, there was another brother on here, he said about the phone call that Trump had his first term with Zelensky, so he's probably, probably little emotions, and I 100% agree with that. But to say that, Trump, is a part of, has something on Russia or anything like that, I totally 100% understand where Trump is coming from, because we do not need to be in a nuclear war with Russia at all. And that's exactly what that would get us into if we were to, continue to buck. When Joe Biden in December 2021 declared that Ukraine would be a part of NATO, and that was the red line for Russia, why wouldn't Russia invade Ukraine for that reason? That was the red line for their nation. And for years, I was born in 1986, but I can look back in history and remember that, when NATO was formed, Ukraine was always out of the question of being a part of NATO. And for Joe Biden to come out and say that NATO membership is in the hands of Ukraine, I think that was completely stupid and downright silly for him to do, which made Russia do what it did. Because I wholeheartedly believe that Russia does not respect. He did not respect Obama because he took Crimea under Obama, and he definitely did not respect Joe Biden because he invaded Ukraine, and here we are today. But today was, was something quite memorable to see. But I'm glad that we, the American people, got to see this negotiation played out in public the way it was. Amazing. I yield. Thank you.
It was interesting to watch, and probably gives us a little bit of insight as to what really happens behind closed doors. Thank you, Jamal Hermes. And established 1634, I don't know how you got on the stage. You're not going to get a chance to speak. Sorry, we're running out of time. You came on past the deadline.
Yes, I'll make it super quick. So it was clearly an ambush. It was set up, and it's all propaganda. They want to, steer support away from Ukraine, and I feel for him. I feel empathy for him. Thank you.
I love when we're out of time, these kinds of short, sweet, and to the point comments. Thank you, sir. David, Denise, and Prince. David.
Thank you. Elon's not a popular guy right now, but you might remember over a year ago, or prior to this administration, he called this. I didn't like hearing him say it. His comments were printed and prompted the next day. They were in Putin line, but he said, hundreds of thousands of more people are going to die, and it's going to be the same result as to where we are today. So interesting to see that. I don't like us abandoning Ukraine. It's interesting. Someone said, we treated it a little bit like Vietnam, give them only enough, but maybe not enough to win. Putin threatens nuclear war every 5 minutes, and he has for 50 years. So the Russians have for 50 years. So I'm sorry, I don't buy it. To allow this travesty to happen, the Ukrainians are putting their lives down. They know what Putin is like, and they're willing to die for it. Poland knows that it's next. The revisionists of history with Trump only underscores what Putin has over him. And Vance looked like someone I don't want to be president, sitting there as a consigliere to his commander. I've got more, but I'm going to stop.
Thank you, David. By the way, those of you who aren't on the messenger chat, you're missing out. Boy, is there a vibrant conversation going on there. Denise and Prince. Look at the top and click on the link and you can join. Denise.
Yes, I'll be quick too. I had to leave for a while, and I'm probably glad, because these people who think it was a good thing, and I just think it's this is so triggering for me and upsetting. They were such bullies, and I totally think it was planned. I think that, and I heard Russian talking points, and I don't think that's a good thing. I do think Putin is, as Lindsey Graham, I believe, said, is a thug. I don't trust him, of course, and I don't also think that Zelensky saying that there need to be guarantees in place for him to, do anything, doesn't necessarily mean our troops on the ground. There's other things we can do to hold Russia accountable to their word. So that's what I give up. Basically, I don't like bullies. I heard verbally abusive people. It really triggered me. I know Trump doesn't drink, but like a verbally abusive alcoholic going, we hold the cards, you don't hold any cards.
You got no cards, bitch. You got no fucking cards. So fucking run your country over, bitch. Humble thyself and kneel before the throne.
It's just infuriating to me. So I do think it was planned. I do think that Trump and Vance probably want a way to, spin their narrative that, potentially they can leave the whole situation at some point. I think they're pushing toward that. And, even another step toward leaving NATO. I did hear one thing that was interesting. Someone said that, and this may, I haven't researched it, but I'm going to talk, I think, with Katie Couric or someone that.
It is all true.
Somebody's talking about fat people?
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Veronica. If this is true, right? Okay, if I terrorize you this much, why would you send me a friend? Why would you send me a friend?
I never said you terrorize me.
But why would you send me?
Second person to make the alcoholic comparison, and just want to point out, thank you, Denise, that the president is a Coca-holic, as in Coca-Cola. Prince, you get the last.
Well, a lot was said. My ideas are kind of everywhere right now, but I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible from what I remember I wanted to say. I wish Marshall was here because I disagree fundamentally with something he said. The problem here is not that, it's not like Ukraine just came to the United States and said, hey guys, Putin is threatening me, I need your help. No. The problem here is that this is your mess. Whether you like Trump or hate Trump, it doesn't matter. Whether you like Biden or hated Biden, it doesn't matter. In the name of your country, your government, this war was started. When they went in 2014 and launched a coup against the sitting president in Ukraine, intervened in Ukraine, promised Ukraine economic prosperity, they gave it as a package. Hey, Ukraine, you're going to join EU, you're going to become a member of the European Union's market, and you're going to join NATO, which is going to give you security guarantees.
We might fly back and blow it all
If
up.
the United States didn't go intervene in Ukraine, topple the regime, Crimea would have still been Ukrainian. If the United States didn't go there and said, hey, I'm going to let you join NATO, the war wouldn't have started a few years ago. Every single blood that was dropped on that soil is the fault of the United States of America. I don't give two shits if you're a Trump supporter. I'm not necessarily a Trump hater. And Marshall knows me. But for Trump to come out and blame it all on Zelensky, I don't like Zelensky either, by the way, it's disingenuous. It's a lot. This is the fault of the United States. The United States bears full responsibility with Putin, not the Ukrainians. Maybe one could argue the Ukrainians were dumb enough to believe the United States, but this sets a very dangerous precedent for United States allies. Hey, when president changes, when the mood in our country changes, we're going to fuck you over, and you're going to have to deal with that. Now, this is extremely dangerous, especially in regards to what Marshall said about Asia, which is true. The United States is pivoting to Asia because that's where, the new Cold War 2.0 kicked off since 2010 or since Obama was elected. The problem here is you're sending the wrong signal to Japan, to Australia, to South Korea, and to Vietnam and the Philippines. What are you telling these people? And for Trump to use Biden and call him stupid in front of a foreign leader, I mean, hey, man, whatever is said on the campaign trail, keep it on the campaign trail. Keep the internal issues internally. You put them out to the exterior like that, to the world to watch, you're saying, this is not a country. This is a company that changes CEOs. Because it wasn't just Biden who initiated this war. It It was the establishment of the United States. It was the bureaucracy of the United States. It was the people at the CIA, the national security, blah, blah, blah. It's not a matter of a decision taken by a single person that is the sitting president of the United States. And this had bipartisan support. So, all that being said, this is the mess of the United States, and this is not how you clean your mess.
Thank you, Prince. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. But before, during, and after our gathering here, you can join and participate in the chat on our Facebook Messenger community, which is linked to the top. We will see you again Monday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until then, everybody be safe, be well, have a great weekend, and peace out.
Corpus Christi, I prayed. I don't think that anybody knows that. Well, it's a nice little town in Texas. Corpus Christi. I lived there for about 6.
They're eating the cat. No, they're eating it.
It has been a bad, it has been a bad season, yes, a bad crop.
They're eating the cats, and they're eating the dogs. And all the
kids in the schools, these pseudo-intellectuals, these people are just like, playing this stupid, moral obtuse position of like, yeah, but it's a both sides thing. Both sides are bad. Academic intent.
What about the dead Palestinian kids? What about 50,000 dead Palestinians?
Yeah, the whatabouters, right? But Gaza, disproportionality, equal sides, it's just like the idiots, right? And by the way, nothing against them either. Like, we were also, to some degree, you hear me out? We were also those idiots.
I was,
right?
I was very naive for a long time.
Yeah, like we were idiots in the sense
that people mention any of this. Let's face it, most people here in the U.S., to be fair about it, and maybe in Western worlds, I have my own myopic view of where I'm at. It's like, yeah, like I'm worried about paying my fucking electric bill and getting to work on time and doing what I have to do in my daily life, let alone all this stuff that it takes like a great deal of learning. If you really want to understand it, you have to dive in and learn it. Otherwise, you're going to learn on TikTok and you're probably not going to truly understand it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? They have really warped the reality to the point where it's like, it's so crazy. One of the girls, I'll call her Warrior because that's kind of her username and stuff. I've become very close friends with her, the Kurdish girl. And she started digging into Kurdish history. And she's like, whoa. And she had to answer some really unexpected questions. Because we know our Kurdish friend, Kurdish Gal Gadot? You're familiar with her? Right? You know her stance, right? So this warrior girl, Kurdish warrior, didn't really know about the history of the Kurds, and she didn't know that, like, wait, hold on. Palestinians actively supported Saddam. The Palestinians actively were against the Kurdish state. 70% of ISIS members that were in Syria were Palestinians, meaning Palestinian refugees, quote unquote, that were joining ISIS. And she's like, why is it that the only country that ever supported us as a minority in the Middle East was Israel? This evil entity, this Zionist entity, the devil of the region. This devil is the only one that's been giving us a lifeline. This devil is the only one that's actually been giving us weapons to defend ourselves so we don't get actually genocided. Which, by the way, they came very close many times. If you really study Kurdish history and what the Islamists and what the Arabs were doing to them. Yeah. And also the Turks too, but and she started really waking up. Right? And she was just like, well, and then she looked back, she's like, I'm like, now you understand? I'm like, now you understand what she's like, the checkpoints, the barricade, the wall. She's like, I get it now. Like, you guys are just trying to put a fucking lid on this shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. Yeah. You think?
I mean, it's so the argument about the checkpoints and the wall that we have. It's like, well, was that wall always there? Were those checkpoints there? Like from the beginning? No. There's a reason for it. Basically, the reason for putting those checkpoints and the wall is so we didn't have to carpet bomb those cities and kill every last one of them.
You know what's so crazy? So, Warrior and then the other girl, JC, the one that just literally flipped in the last little bit, and they're actually kind of like humiliated that they even were pro-Pali in the first place. Or like even supporting Hamas, to even say that we were pro-Hamas, they're just like, wow. When it goes, by the way, in real time, it just goes to show two things. Number one, the power of propaganda. Just how powerful propaganda is. You know, sometimes we think that we can't get, and I'm always aloof to this too. I'm like, what kind of propaganda? If so many people are duped in this, like, what other narratives or what other conflicts and stuff going on in the world are we maybe susceptible to that we're not even aware of? You know what I mean?
Bro, look at people think they changed the word to propaganda from. You remember in Waco, Texas, and all these other there's a couple other cities around Texas and around the world where they've gathered like 400 or 500 people that people just randomly were dying to join this cult.
Yeah.
And they drank the lemonade, and then there was
Heaven's Gate. With Heaven's Gate, right?
I don't. You could be correct.
They go on. They got up their things, right?
Yeah, but it's so even with Charles Manson, he had a following, and basically, so now we call it as propaganda, but it's a culty mentality where people they get brainwashed, and then they get. The problem is we need to wash their brain into good things. Because who would ever think that 400 or 500, I think there was even 2,000, I forget, it was a mass number, and where they all killed themselves.
You know what's the crazy thing? You would think only a crazy person would ever do that. Bro, if you looked at the people that were in that cult, they were normal people. Doctors, engineers, people. Like, they weren't, it's not like they were clinically insane people, bro. Like, this is just the human psyche, how susceptible we can be and be conditioned. Because, you know, human beings, we want to believe in things, right? We naturally want to believe things. That's why even conspiracy theories that even are so wild and crazy, we want to believe it as long as there's not enough, like, in-your-face evidence that disproves it, right? Like, a conspiracy can last only so long until, we're naive, but we're not that naive as human beings in general. You know what I mean? We're willing to believe it as long as there's not something that's so in your face that's like, whoa, right?
We still have people debating about that. We went to the moon.
What's that?
We still have idiots that think we didn't land on the moon.
Yeah. You know? There's just not enough, like, in-your-face evidence, I guess, for whatever reason in 2025, for them to be like, oh, wait, this is stupid. You know what I mean? Like, you hear stories of people following different ideologies, not just religions, but ideologies and belief systems.
People didn't even believe in
I believe that.
Like flat earthers or something. I mean,
I was just going to say that. People don't realize how many people believe the Earth's flat.
Yeah, man.
There's millions of people.
That's actually incredible.
Could you imagine? So on those blogs that those flat earthers all flock to, if they were to change this, add a little bit more spice to it, that Israel's the Heaven's Gate, do you know what would happen? It's this. This is a prime example. Even our room right now, right? Not saying we're hopefully we're a little bit smarter and our brains have been a little bit more washed so we can understand more things and dissect things. But I still have a mind where I can, see where there could be situations on whatever, 4 sides of the earth where there's a problem. But I almost created a room, and he's probably clinically insane, right? But he created a room calling it the same title as ours. And we noticed it was toxic. And then Yirmiyahu comes up with an idea, let's call it the same thing, but let's actually talk about good things. You know what I mean? So you have somebody that wants to use it in a bad way, and then say, but then there's to think about, almost maybe probably a little bit crazy, but what if his psyche or his mind is to actually, and I believe it really is to coexist, right? He just doesn't run the room properly. So we're in the room where the title's called coexistence, but I guarantee you, any of the mods, we're not going to let people come up on the stage and start screaming the propaganda bullshit. We're going to shut it down right away. So when we try to take that evil title and then make it into something positive where people can learn, like you were saying about the 2 girls that are humiliated now because they followed this whole bullshit rhetoric, and then maybe they came to see the light. And then hopefully
Я
стараюсь, правда, бороться с этой историей, но по всему, что я вижу, и вот по сегодняшнему вот этому вот диалогу, для меня очевидно, что нет диалога о мире. Вот, то есть Зеленский триггерится, это понятно, он реально там, на него очень большая нагрузка сейчас идет много лет. Вот. И можно по-разному вести диалог. Понимаете, и для меня это просто...
Так почему у вас... У меня очень простой тогда вопрос, Маша. Да. Почему к одной стороне есть какие-то претензии, причем совершенно косметического характера? Потому что когда Мурат ставит прямой вопрос, дайте из этой речи что-то, что действительно... И вы не даете, что вот просто зачитали, вернее...
Can't go out past certain miles after however many miles out to sea and all this stuff. And I just remember thinking like, yeah, whoa, dude, that's fucked up. And these weren't like racist or hateful people that were telling me this stuff, you know, but this is what I was hearing. And, you know, I didn't really know what else was I to think. It's the only information I would really get. And most of us are just not, you know, we don't go out of our way really to try to learn, you know, about the history of every country on the planet.
We're emotional creatures, right? That's the thing. Like, logic plays a function, of course. Logic is very important for our deductive capabilities, right? For a lot of things. But when we're invested in certain conflicts or situations, it's not a logical investment, quote unquote. It's an emotional investment, ultimately speaking. What was the big wake-up call for the girls? Even though all this... First off, you know, just seeing stuff from like 10/7 as an example, or just seeing the stuff that's coming out of Gaza and stuff, that could be very emotionally like, whoa, like, you know what I mean? Like you're kind of taking it back when you're watching.
When they had the caskets of those babies, and it's like,
yeah,
oh my
that
God,
shit, you know, that shit hits you, right? But what really hit them on a first-hand experience was like the way that the whole pro-Pallies squad just demon mode on them.
You know what it is? I want to touch, and I hate interrupting you, gangster, but I love listening to you. You're very, you got
I don't give a shit what happens to you, kid.
Yeah, you are. So,
Holy
and hear me out,
bro.
like, just got away. But I this is what I think a test that. See, I like to do things in layman terms, like really dumb it down. But if so, somebody you love the most, who is that? Your mother?
I mean, it depends on the stage. Mother then eventually becomes your daughter if you have a daughter. Like,
no, but like right now in your life, anybody in this room?
My life? I mean, look, bro, I've lost all my male. I lost a brother 2 years ago. I lost a father. Right now, my mother and my sister, and two sisters.
So okay. Let's use your mother because everybody else is, but don't. I just want to hear it from everybody. Who just say mother, sister, brother? Who is it?
Whatever. What's the point?
Mother. Let's say mother.
Mother.
Okay. Now, if your mother does something right now that's wrong in public, you're gonna go with her. You're gonna stick with her.
Bullshit.
You're gonna have to
mother's fucking back, like he just said, the gangster. And even if I think it's wrong, let's have her fucking back. And maybe I'll tell her when I'm by myself with her. But the more and more she does it, and it's wrong, I'm still gonna keep having her back.
Correct.
So, and that's what I understood what he was saying, emotional. So now they're hanging around people, your friend's crying and saying, look what they're fucking doing, it's open air prison. You may know it's wrong what they're saying, but you're gonna fucking agree with them. And the more and more they talk about it, you're gonna be indoctrinated.
Correct. And this is why, I know you came a little bit later, and I definitely want to hear it. I know I've been monologuing. It's just like the stream of consciousness has been in me all day today, especially because I got suspended off TikTok for a week because I was the Islamists in the room were just not having it because I was basically pointing this out, right? And once again, and I said, I'm like, look, I have faith in humanity. I have faith in Muslims. And if you're saying that this is a poor representation of Islam, can you please, for the good Muslims out there that are the best representation of Islam, can you come out? Show me, where are you? Come out here and tell me this is a poor representation.
They don't exist.
You know, no, but it is, because listen, if you look at the statistical numbers, 10% of Muslims are extremists. That's a scary thing. But now look at the positive side. 90% aren't extremists.
What is an extremist? I used to be a moderate, but still I would send money to the Palestinian cause, and I probably sent it to terrorist organization without knowing, because I thought I was making a good deed. So it's a whole spectrum. What is a moderate? What is an extremist?
But what about the
Evie.
What?
90% of them are not calling out the 10%.
Yeah, they're passive.
That's what the point. If the 90% calls out today, the 10% will drizzle away. They will do some crazy, horrendous acts, but it will be drizzled out. If the 90% were to stand up today and say, hell no, not in Islam, not in on the Quran, we do not stand for this. If all those leaders spoke up, it would have to die. It would have no other choice.
Pretty much
They
never
would
did
use
that.
something else.
Can I tell you the difference though? This is maybe my hypothesis. I could be wrong. I think that the 90% are still sympathetic with it and still side with it. Just the 90% don't have the balls to do it. They just don't have the balls. They just don't have the balls to do it.
Sorry. They just
They just don't have the balls to do it. There's a big difference.
If you look at like what happened on October 7th, like literally the next day you had them, they were out on the streets protesting for Palestine. So like there was no like time for apology or time for like grievance. It was just like straight ahead. Oh, let's forget what happened. We'll still. I've never seen, you get groups like CARE, even after there's a Muslim attack. Absolutely nothing comes out of their mouth. I remember when that couple shot up that place where the husband worked. The husband and wife shot it up in San Bernardino, and the most important thing on CARE's mind was, well, their children must go to foster parents that are Muslim. Like that was their priority. It's just weird.
Yeah,
that's fine. We're going to send them right where they belong very soon.
Well, here's the thing, Jacob, and this is the real eye-opener for me, right? The eye-opener with the example of these two girls is like all these idiots. I call them idiots, but I don't mean it like they're dumb. A lot of them are very intelligent. They're just, I would say they're just ignorant. Yeah, I think that's a way better term. Just ignorant to the fullest, ignorance where they've become morally obtuse with everything.
It's like the Russia-Ukraine thing. The
clarity, the sense of clarity and reality is like, whoa, right? The paradigm is just too much. So what I realized with these middle ground, like the ones that are so far gone, they're so far gone. There's no, like, that's like, you need divine intervention. Who knows, man? Like, God, you just need to come into your, something drastic needs to happen. Like, we have stories of that. Yeah, like, we have stories of people that were like, hey, I was a radical once, and then this happened, or that happened, whatever. Those things, there's still chances of hope, but like
once they're gone, they're done.
Yeah,
it's
like that's like for you, for you to be like Mr. Superman and put on the cape and say, I'm gonna like forget about it. That's not your battle. Let God deal with it.
The problem is it's 10%, but what about the sleepers? Is the number actually 60%?
Here's the thing. I think it's a lot more. I don't even want to play the percentage game because at the end of the day, right? I'm not even trying to slice it up because the way I see it, and I've said this from the very beginning of this conversation, is that it's when this happens, they say, "Oh, you're attacking Islam." It's like, no, Islam is attacking us. They're doing it in the name of Islam. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. What I love about this particular situation with the Palestinians right now, especially with Hamas, it was easy to condemn ISIS. It was easy to condemn Al Qaeda. When push came to shove. You know what I mean? You can condemn that, right? Like, you can say, yeah, these guys are not following the Quran, they're not following that. But Hamas, when I asked them once again, Hamas, right? Because they're saying Hamas are resistance fighters. You never really heard anyone saying ISIS was resistance fighters. You didn't really hear that verbiage. You never really heard that Al Qaeda on a mainstream level. You never heard that.
Why don't we get a Muslim in here to talk shit?
On a mainstream level. Right now, it's very mainstream. It's very hip and cool to say, yeah, we're resistance fighters, freedom fighters, right? But once again, I asked them this question. Please, guys, remember this question. If they are a poor representative, they're the one. Remember, they brought the Islam into the conversation, not us. We didn't bring it. They did. Once again, and if that's the case, if they're bringing it and if they're doing it in the name of Islam and carrying it for Islam, I ask you this question. Are they a poor representation of Islam or are they a good representation of Islam? And see the answers you will get. And then if they're poor, then good, condemn them as an Islamic movement.
Well, they've always committed terrorism.
They won't.
But the Palestinians haven't they been like both? Hasn't it been from both like a nationalist and like if we look at the PLO?
The name me the top terrorist groups right now in the Palestinian camp. You got
no, I'm saying if we went back in like the 60s and 70s, I thought a lot of them were like communist influenced. Some of them were nationalist.
Yeah, I agree. Bro, we know I've been doing a lot of research on Yasser Arafat. When during Oslo, right? Yasser Arafat, the more secular, moderate. Bro, as if we forget about the PFLP. Right, the PFLP, like when they were doing Munich and hijacking planes and going and if you guys look up the coastline massacre in the 70s, they literally came up coastline.
They killed Israeli.
Well, yeah, no, I know they were always terrorists. That's not a question.
Guys, you know, before the first Intifada, because we know first and second Intifada, obviously we know the suicide bombings and stuff like that, right? Do you know the first you had the Fedayeen in the 50s, right? I was really going deep on this shit. We were getting terrorist attacks from Egypt, from Jordan, from Syria, that they were, because we didn't have a fortified border in the 50s the way we have today, obviously, for technology and infrastructure and all that other stuff. So it was a lot easier for them just to sneak in through the border and just start terrorizing villages and whatnot, right? Hold on, my phone's about to die, give me 1 second. But you had the Fedayeen that was attacking us. Then during the 60s and 70s, the PLO, people don't mention this, the PFLP and the PLO were freaking... in a lot of ways, they were actually more savage than Hamas, believe it or not. They just had more, they were more brazen.
Didn't they do
you know what I mean?
the car bombings and with the
car bombings, Munich.
Munich.
Had a child in a remote village in the region. Well, Ahmed Mohammed Saleh, bruh. The police.
السنة يعني مو انه احب الجلد انه اكله دائما لا لا اذا كان محمر.
And saying this shit in Antarctica, right? Yeah. They call it skies. That's what they nickname it. Yeah,
it said it's so cold you can't even hold that shit.
Yeah. So now check this. Remember I said they sent the rockets up there and it just, you know, like it makes a large explosion. And stops. And I don't know if y'all heard through the grapevine.
Oh man, you're the most educated person on the subject.
You guys even know, okay, there's Turkey, but then there's Al Hudaybiyah, which is even worse. And I'll tell you about Al Hudaybiyah. So Turkey, you know, just one, whatever. Al Hudaybiyah. So there was something called the Treaty of Al Hudaybiyah between Muhammad and the people of Quraysh. Muhammad was weak at this time. He wanted to go to Mecca to make his pilgrimage with the Kaaba and everything else. But the Quraysh was obviously at war with him because they're like, we don't want this terrorist here. So, this fucking scumbag. And I call him a scumbag because that's exactly what he is. He was a fucking scumbag terrorist is what he was. And when you really read his life and everything like that, like everything that I was reading about Muhammad, I'm like, wow, this is Hamas. Like, this is ISIS. Like, this is them, you know? Anyways, Al Hudaybiyah, there was a treaty. So what this one Muhammad did, he made a 10-year pact and said, look, let's have peace. Let's be friends. Like, remember, he's in the weak position. He can't defeat their armies. He's like, look, you can come to my end and I'll come to your end and we'll have peace. We'll have an agreement that we won't go to war and then we'll be at peace, right? So he made this pact, but he had no intention of actually acknowledging this pact. Based on his demonic understanding of Islamic law and Sharia, it basically says, like, if you make a pact of peace with the kuffar, you're not obligated, you're not going against the law if you end up breaking it. So he actually made that pact as strategic purposes, just so he can get himself stronger, get what he wants. And then what do you think Muhammad did several years later? There was one of the girls that came from the Quraysh from Mecca, came to his end, and one of I don't remember if it was Muhammad or one of his Sahaba, his companions, that didn't want to release the girl. They said, yeah, the girl's going to stay with us. We're basically like keeping her captive, to say the least, right? So he went. And then one of the other, I believe it was her brother or somebody who tried to come and get his sister back, and then they ended up killing the guy. And then he ended up breaking the pact, and then, you know, he became strong again. So this concept of Al Hudaybiyah, Yasser Arafat in the 90s, in either 95 or 96, I can quote the link, in 95 or 96, he even went on national television and says, yes, this deal, this Oslo Accord, this peace process that we're doing with the Zionists is just Al Hudaybiyah for us. We're just making strategic and tactical purposes to come into an agreement. So that way we can free Palestine. But when you look at all of his speeches from 93 to 97, jihad, 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 we need to continue fighting, we will only, you know, keep martyring ourselves. And terrorist attacks began to increase. When Oslo was supposed to be the peace process, if you're in the middle of a peace process, Why are there a continuous terrorist attacks? Meaning that they were never even genuinely sincere about the agreement. It was just strategic purposes. For number one, the PLO to get some sort of legitimacy on the international stage, but they're not seen as a designated terrorist organization, so they can get strategic and tactical positions geopolitically, but also for an opportunity for them to really gather themselves. Because the moment they're stronger than the Israelis, do you think that they would still honor a two-state solution with us? Do you think that they would? This is why the two-state solution is the worst idea of any ideas in this particular conflict. We are basically setting ourselves up because we want to believe, and this is our issue. We want to believe that people are like us, that we will honor that. Once again, it's like we want peace, they want peace. We want prosperity, they want prosperity. It's like no, they don't give a fuck, bro. They do not give a fuck. Yes, Arafat, even
Projecting on them.
yeah, but it's the fact of the matter, guys. This is once again, you want to understand the mindset, just understand Muhammad. Muhammad is the blueprint with the enemy that we're dealing with. Once again, Islamophobia, it's like, look, prove me wrong, please. Prove me wrong. And if that's the case, then say that Yasser Arafat was not representing Islam properly when he was saying that. Tell me that Hamas was not representing Islam properly when they did 10-7. And they're doing what they're doing. And then what we saw in this last week, right?
My great uncle actually served against Yasser Arafat's group in Lebanon. He served in Qatar against the PLO. Those guys ravaged Lebanon. They slaughtered women and children. They ripped unborn babies out of women's wombs. It was terrible.
And so what we need to do, and this is the important part, guys, is that, we've seen the videos. You know how many of these people have never seen what we've seen? They've never even laid their eyes on the gruesomeness and just like the horror. They just heard about 10-7. They saw some reports. Oh, this was on the left. Just words, literature, for the most part. Not maybe a picture here or there. Maybe like a classic, you see Noah Armagoudi being taken away on a motorcycle. Maybe they saw some of those. The Davis mother holding their children with terror in her eyes. Which, by the way, speaking of terror, Muhammad, I gotta find the source. I think it was in the Quran of the Hadith. I'm literally compiling all this shit right now. Also, as we speak, in a more organized, collective fashion. Muhammad literally said that one of his means is terror. One of his ways of war is to do terror. That he became victorious by Allah through terror. Like, terrorizing your enemy is part of their game. You understand that? This is not something new. This is not a new invention. This is from the genesis of Islam itself. All the way from the caliphates to, when they went and conquered India, when they went to conquer Spain and North Africa and all of the Middle East and Persia. I have a whole book right now. It's called The History of Jihad. Literally from Muhammad to ISIS. It was written by Robert Spencer.
Aya told me something. It was actually Aya that told me something, or it was in a room. She was telling me something how Muslims are supposed to live. Are they supposed to live like? Are they supposed to basically copy Muhammad, how he lived out his life?
100%. He is, and this is he is the perfect example of humanity. He's the perfect moral example. Why do you think that there's in Iraq and other places the age of consent for marriage is like down to 9 years old?
It's like 6 or
Where do you think they're getting that example from? Did they do some like scientific research? You know what I mean? On preconception girl work? You know what I mean? Did they do some like extensive social science research, right? On like the legitimacy. Like,
I just want to say something though. Like, this is important just to know that what's going on in Iraq. Here's the thing, with Sunni Islam, it's actually even worse than what's going on in Iraq. The only reason it's 9 years old in Iraq is because that's the minimum age for vaginal intercourse in Shia Islam. In Sunni Islam, you can do it with a baby, in fact. She just has to be chubby enough. Yeah, according to a lot of Sunni scholars, like Imam al-Shafi'i, and this is accepted from the
schools thought that if the girl has to be plump, jasima, husky, basically, like the Arabic jasima.
We need to kill people.
So if the girl's plump enough and she can endure it, then the man can have intercourse with her. There's no need for puberty. There's no age limit in Sunni Islam. But with Shia Islam, while vaginal intercourse is only for the minimum age of 9, you can still do stuff such as tafkhid, which is outlined by Ayatollah Khomeini and Tahrir al-Wasila, which, by the way, what tafkhid is basically you can thigh the girl, a man can thigh the girl with his male genital organ, he can grope her, do all sorts of disgusting things, and also sodomize the girl.
They believe even modern Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, what makes Islam dangerous is that at best it is ambiguous. The problem is that you have a mass of moderate Muslims that exist just because the values of the West have been imposed are strong, and when they have to argue against extremists, they have to rely on those Western values, and they are like appealing to the West and the non-Muslims principle, so that makes them weak, and they lose the debate, and then you have the extremists being, you know, the ones with the less amount of cognitive dissonance, the people that really let Muhammad and his book guide their morality. So, yeah, this is why it's horrible. I say that Islam is dangerous because it makes good people mediocre and bad people dangerous.
Monsters, evil.
Exactly.
And we saw that.
I agree with that.
We saw that evil on display in Gaza. And this is why, guys, the big wake-up call, and this is what they've been doing on TikTok. Maybe we should start doing this now, too. It's kind of hard with this platform because we just have audio for the most part. But we haven't been doing a good job, especially Israel, too. Oh, we want the 45-minute video on the. It's like, no, man. It's like, no. It's like, we need to have this, like, we should even stop talking at this point as much as we do, debating, because it's actually kind of stupid. They start, you know, we start getting into these useless, nonsense, bullshit conversations sometimes. Like, I've seen Pepe in a lot of rooms. I've seen Pepe, right? Because Pepe, very level-headed guy, you know, he's, you know, taking a very level-headed moral position and stuff. And next thing you know, Pepe is defending arguments that, he's like, well, why the fuck am I even having this conversation? Why the fuck am I even here? Why are we in the weeds? Next thing is all ad hominems, and then all this, and then his personal life, and then, Pepe, am I wrong?
I mean, that does kind of,
why the fuck are we even, like, where does the conversation even go? Like,
it goes down to just getting insulted, you're a Zionist cuck, you don't have kids, you're a faggot, you know, it's just like, okay, amazing.
Yeah, it's just like, waters get muddied up really fast. So I think that we should
stand together. Who cares? I've heard.
Yeah, but the point is, talk is cheap. You know, what did they say? Money walks bullshit. Wait, money talks, bullshit walks. Whatever. I don't remember. But you know, using that type of, and guys, I gotta go because I'm getting pinged up right now. Using that type of mentality, at the end of the day, I think it's more like, we gotta just stop talking, stop debating them, and just fucking putting it out there. Because these people who have not seen this and really just, this might be the wake-up call. Not saying everybody or whatever, but this might be like, hello, wake up. Even for us, we went a little bit of sleep, even though we've been so engaged with this conflict for the last 16 months. October 7th, but it starts to dim in our memories a little bit. Hear me out, and I'm saying this to everybody. Burn N7 to the back of your eyelids. Because guess what? This happened before. This happened, obviously, a second intifada, first intifada. The last time we had like a 10-7 type of event in that level was like, I think, the Hebron massacre, right? That was like a 10-7 of its time. When they went and slaughtered, like literally they went to Hebron and just started slaughtering all the Jews that they can, and then everyone else got, I think, cleansed. Obviously, they didn't have the IDF or anything like that, but it's the same fucking shit, guys. And it's like that was happening before, you know, all the way back in the last 1,400 years. Burn it into the back of your minds. What we saw in the last week with the Bibas families was a reminder of like, oh shit, like this is what we're dealing with. Like, this is the
I gotta say, when I see the caskets of toddlers, I'm like, oh, okay.
And what they're doing, what they're teaching their kids, but it's more than that. Like, listen, the children are precious, right? I believe children are precious. And this is going to be the controversial part. They've lost their innocence. But the question is not whether, look, it's never justified killing a child. Even if it has a gun, it's still not justified. The question is not whether it's justified or not. The question is whose hands is that child's blood on? I.e., who is robbing them of that innocence? Who has robbed them of that innocence? That's the crime. The crime is not the fact that you have an army and people that are trying to legitimately defend themselves, get their people back and everything, and you're putting your children into this, you're putting your children into the battle. You think Israel legitimately enjoys wanting to, you know, having to unalive a baby, or a baby, you know, has to die in any, you think that we relish in that? They relished in it. We saw it firsthand. They broadcasted live TV internationally. They saw it. They gloat about it. This is the crazy reality we're living in.
I know.
We don't celebrate. We don't. But the fact of the matter is, it's like we get caught up in this, right? The question is now, it's like, okay, it was never justified to kill that child. But now the question is, whose blood, morally, is that child, but like look these African child soldiers, right? You get like 8, 9, 10 years old, they're already picking up AK-47s. You know, they're already grooming them to be like, yeah, kill him, be a man, don't be weak. They're grooming, and now you're, now you're face to face with this child, this 10-year-old with the AK and stuff. He's a legitimate threat. You understand that, right? Like, even though he's a child, you know he's a legitimate threat. Right?
You don't have
So,
to, man, you're selling the same crap.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really emphasizing this point because it's like you're gonna have to kill that child, but it's like who's responsible? Did you kill it, or was it the innocent that was killed?
With a weapon.
Yeah, exactly. You robbed it.
It's just like a child soldier. They use them in gangs in Chicago. You know, if they're shooting and killing you,
and we need to show it. We need to show what they're doing in Boston. Hey guys, I gotta bounce. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Ultimately speaking, guys. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with here, Meow. We're at the end of the day, we're not fighting Muslims or jihadis. We're fighting Mohammedanes. That's what they are here, Meow.
By the
We're
way,
fighting Mohammedanes. And from now on, that's what I'm going to be calling them. From now on,
Mohammedanes.
Gangster, you have to make Arafat look like a Muslim. I mean, those two ideologies, socialism, communism, and Islam share a deep common framework. That's why they work in synergy. Like my country, Algeria, Afghanistan, Iran. This collectivism, those people living in a parallel universe and heavily indoctrinated. Those ideology. One may be atheist and the other theist. It doesn't really mean anything because they share the same skeleton and they work together.
But yeah, anyways, that's that, guys. But yeah, I'll leave you guys with that. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, and you'll see like these Muslims will say, "Oh, why do you do this?" You see it in Amir's room specifically. It's not okay, guys. Let's not bring religion into this. It's not about religion. Bull fucking shit, bro. We're not the one that brought religion into this. You did. Your resistance that you supported. At the end of the day, we need to, because if we're not addressing the core problem, we're always going to be basically fighting phantoms. That's kind of what we're doing right now. Smoke screens and illusion acts, and we're fighting phantoms, guys. What's a good movie analogy? Matrix. It's like you had all these Andersons, or when the hero is fighting a villain and the villain clones himself to 20, 30 different people. But it's like, what's the real one? What's the authentic one of those clones? Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing. They're kind of cloning these different, these different talking points. They're cloning, of themselves. But it's like, yeah, the Palestinian issue, but it's the land dispute. Yeah, Palestinian issue, but it's the resistance to occupation. Yeah, there's this, but a human rights violation. It's the Palestinian. It's like, no, it's the Palestinian issue because it's an Islamic issue. That's the authentic villain. That's the one we need to target. Well, everything else are just clones.
We all agree with you. That's the whole point. You're wasting your talent on talented people. It's the dumb people that won't listen to one sentence or one word of what you have to say because they disagree with you. You're not selling anyone here. We're already sold.
Yeah, I think it's just more of me having just a brain dump, really.
It's cathartic, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true. And I salute gangster's knowledge about Islam. It's really, if most people knew half of what he said,
they would probably
be in a better place, right?
It's not that he's trying to sell us. If you were gonna learn from it, it gives you talking tracks.
Yeah.
Well,
you just say, guys, even when you were addressing Islam, here's the thing. Back to my Moroccan friend, it was my Moroccan friend that said this. You want to understand, Islam is the religion of Muhammad, not the religion of Allah. Remember that. The only way that they're worshiping Allah is through Muhammad and what Muhammad taught them and what Muhammad gave them. That's it. You want to understand Islam? It's not even in the Quran or the Hadith exclusively. If you really want to understand Islam, understand Muhammad, and you'll see the whole picture, and you'll know exactly what we're dealing with. That's it.
And for a minute, first off, I just want to thank the gangster, the OG, for dropping some serious facts. I sent him this morning. I was like, hey, let's do a room on this topic later. And I sent him the video that's linked above. If you guys want, I can play a little bit of it. 17 minutes long. We can listen to it if you guys want to provide feedback. But I'll just tell you, the eye-opening part was, so Charlie Kirk is in the video. And he does this back and forth with students on college campuses. And this Pro Pally guy, he he's asking questions about, and it's just so eye-opening, the answers. In fact, even alarming. So, what do you guys think? Can I play the first couple minutes of it? Maybe we'll stop.
It's not that long, like especially the question when he asks the question, even when they have a little back and forth.
And then he goes over some of the history, because one of the things that these Islamists will tell you is, oh, we lived alongside with you side by side, no problem. It's like we lived in peace with the Jews, right? And so
yeah. So guys, anyways,
tell me what you think, okay?
Yeah, it's a good video, guys. Definitely will add to it. Listen to it, watch it. But once again, I speak with a little bit of passion because, and this has kind of been my other too.
We've got something a little different today. So this has possibly been done.
You need me to pause it?
Yeah, I was going to say this right. I don't even approach this as something like, oh, it's a political issue or a religious issue. It's like, no, I'm actually taking this more of a personal issue with a personal passion, because it's this very evil, this very ideology that has made I'm just repeating because there's new people. This is the very ideology that has made the Jewish people suffer for the last 1,400 years, and during the time of Muhammad and his ideology perpetually. 10/7 wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Muhammad. What's going on in the Tea attacks, none of that would have happened if it wasn't for Muhammad. Remember that. So I take this one as a personal passion. I take this personal. This is the suffering of my people because of it, and a lot of people can relate. But yeah, anyways, love you guys. That's all. Thank you.
What is going on? So who believes that Jews living peacefully under Islam?
Yeah, we're going to listen to a quick video, and then we're going to open it for comments after that, okay? All right, so here goes.
We've got something a little different today. So this is possibly the dumbest response to a question on the Gaza conflict I've ever heard. So
just give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear it, okay?
We've got something a little different today. So this is possibly the dumbest response to a question on the Gaza conflict I've ever heard. So Charlie Kirk is doing his thing on a university campus, and he asks a reasonable question, and listen to the response.
If Israel laid down all of their weapons and said our military is no more, what would happen? At this point in time, I don't believe they would come to a two-state solution after everything that's gone on. That wasn't the question. If Israel disbanded its military, yes, what would happen? The Palestinians would take over, but they would. Oh, okay. Listen. Unfortunately, this is how they operate. This is how Muslims operate Islamically. They let them live under them in jizya. They tax them and they let them live, and they take that tax and give it back to them. How do you think the Ottoman Empire worked and lasted 600 years? How do you think the Golden Age of Islam lasted for 300 years? This is history. So, I just want to make sure I understand. So they would just take over mostly peacefully? No, most definitely peacefully, because that's what. Can you show me an example of Jews living peacefully under Islamic rule? Most definitely. Where? When the Hamas had Israeli captives. Have you seen the Israeli captives they killed? They're not. There was a 9-month-old baby that just got returned home as a corpse by Hamas.
Wow. That really does say it all, doesn't it? His example of Jews living peacefully under Islam wasn't the golden age of Islam. It wasn't that. No. It was when thousands of Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and brutally killed and raped anyone they could find. I mean, we've all seen the videos of what they were doing to Thai workers with garden hose. I mean, it was horrendous. And this is peaceful. Not only that, he's then saying that the captives, the hostages that were taken into Gaza, were an example of how it could be to live under Islam. So if we lived under Islam, I'm a Jew, I could look forward to being kept in a dungeon, the majority of us being killed, being malnourished, being abused, being tortured. I mean, sounds great. That's after we've all been taken captive as well. And you see, there is precedent for this. So what Charlie Kirk doesn't know, and I'm going to elaborate, or maybe he does know, I don't know, is the actual history of what it was like for Jews living under Islam. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go first through the scriptural precedent. So in Islam,
So there's going to be
before we go through the history of it, I just thought I'd just kind of pause it right there. I want to open it up for comments. Brian just got here. Brian, we're watching this video that's linked above. Some of us have already watched. I sent it out to a few people earlier to watch it ahead of time. Maybe I'll try and add a couple more people into my preview list to have a more engaging conversation about reality versus just some of the nonsense that we go back and forth on. So anyway, let's open it up for comments and welcome also Ricky and Phoenix Flyer and Flo to the stage.
I've actually watched this video beforehand. Someone sent this to me, but I actually saw the original version of the video. If you see what he says later on, that he actually quotes Rambam to the letters to the Yemeni Jews, where he says that the worst people that have ever caused atrocity towards us and molested us and psychologically abused us and pretty much has been a detriment to our entire community have been none but the Muslim people. He quotes that very clearly. I also, since he actually State also mentioned about the time when the Muslims were giving safe haven to supposedly the Jews. They were mostly using them as useful idiots. So the Jews at the time had issues with the Visigothic Empire, especially the Christians. Yes, they were being oppressed, but they were far more oppressed once the Jews allowed the Muslims to take over, and suddenly they asked to be saved by the Christians. But then
I have the recording. I forgot to you told Andrew straight up that I called you the K word. Are you fucking insane? What is wrong with you, man? That's not funny. I had a chance to fucking go off on you, you piece of fucking shit. How much lower could you possibly go than trying to do that with me?
Hi, honey. Excuse me, Honey Badger. Excuse me, Honey Badger. This is subscribe. If you could put me in the queue, thank you very much, honey. No, you can be quiet. You can be quiet. You can be quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
You can be quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
You can be
Shut the
quiet.
fuck up.
You can be quiet. You can be quiet.
Honey, it's like, I don't know, man, like, moderate stage how you see fit. But, like, Daniel, like, I want some kind of answer from you. Some sort of account.
Daniel, you should tell him to change his PTR. It's disgusting, like his personality. You're the asshole that you claim other people are assholes. You are the asshole, Toast. Don't you see? Don't you look in the mirror and see you're a piece of shit? You're the piece of shit that you accuse people of being pieces of shit. That's you, Toast. You're the piece of shit.
I'm not talking to you, okay? You stupid little cunt.
It's called a stage. I don't care who you're talking to. I'll say what I want to say. It's America.
Honey bun.
Toast, look, you've been flirtatious with the anti-Semitism.
No, but I never.
Rose!
I don't remember me ever saying that you said that I said that.
No, you told Andrew. You swore to Andrew that I called you the K word. You sliding that off to Andrew. I remember it. How drunk were you?
I wasn't drunk.
Well, then what the fuck? You clearly remember you doing it. You know you did it like 2 days ago.
No, Toast. Look, you're again.
You're gonna deny it. So hold on, you're gonna sit there smuggling and deny it. Now you're gonna deny it.
You said that to me.
And I called you the K word.
What do you
Wait, aren't you Sabbath observant, Toast? What are you doing on the app right now?
Shut the fuck up. You told Andrew a few days ago I called you the K-I-K-E word.
Kiki?
Sort of like role play.
So you're gonna troll me about it. Now you're gonna troll me about it.
I'm not gonna. Look, I'm gonna be serious. I think that.
Okay, be serious like 5 seconds.
No, you've been way too sort of liberal, you know, with your paintbrush.
No, that's not for you to decide. No. You
So
can't
anti-Semitic.
dude, you can't do bullshit. You can't pull bullshit that, like, you know, you're saying that I called you some sort of, like, you know,
Self-roast barbecue.
You did it, you don't even remember.
No, wait. You're gonna do that.
Word, K-word.
You're gonna go that. Okay, right, sure. Right, okay. One stretch.
Because I hear that Jesus was a Jew.
Jesus wasn't Jewish, according to Toast?
Jesus wasn't, unironically, Jesus wasn't Jewish. Funny little fact, but yeah.
What was he then? What was his religion or his background? Who is he?
I'm not gonna talk, like, you're a known psychopath. I'm not gonna talk to you.
I'm a known psychopath. Are you projecting, Dr. Toast, with your psychopathic PTR?
I'm washing my hands right now.
Well, you can deal with me because you're not a moderator. You'll have to deal with the situation right now, and that means you're a piece of shit. You're the piece of shit you claim other people to be. That's you.
I'm not talking to you, dumbass. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the air. I'm looking at my phone. I'm talking to the air. I'm talking to a fucking vapor. You know, that's what you are. You're just a nothing.
I swear I got honey. Please, man.
Oh, talk to honey. Talk to your honey bun. Talk to your little baby honey bun. I don't think your little baby honey bun gives a shit.
Look, we gotta get past this. Let me just say one final thing to Toast. You made that joke and you said, look, honey, I shrunk the Jews at the movie. And you said, no, yeah, and you had Hitler on you, look.
You're saying there's nobody, you gotta be honest for like 5 seconds. You're like, you can't be honest. You can't be true.
Can you be sober for like 30 seconds?
That's the best you got. You're trolling about like my sobriety. That's your best. You're gonna gaslight me and then trolling about being drunk. That's the best you got. You can't even like be honest and realize I never called you any of these slurs that you're like referring to. You know it and I know it. Why are you modding? What you kicked Daniel and Roy Mr. Mod?
Oh, look, the bottom line is that we're not gonna tolerate this anti-Jew shit.
They're trying to be disrespectful to you, Toast, because you're disrespectful.
James,
yeah, keep that mouth shut.
James, get your audio.
The final straw for me was the honey I shrunk the Jews comment. Look.
Why are you gaslighting? Why are you gaslighting? Why are you lying? You're purposely gaslighting.
Honey I shrunk the kids.
Dude, you are such a humongous, like, I mean, oh my god.
I'm such a humongous.
Daniel, you're humongous.
No, I was gonna use some more colorful words after that, but I'm choosing not to.
Daniel is humongous from the Road Warrior.
Why do you hate Jewish people? Why do you like to flirt?
I've got no.
Okay, why do you like to flirt with this?
You're not gonna turn this around on me.
Why do you think that the Messiah, Jesus Christ, isn't Jewish? Why isn't he a Jew?
Why am I
Jewish?
was a Jew?
Because it's not accurate.
You don't think Jesus is a Jew, and I mean, keyword was.
We're making a peanut butter jelly sandwich, Toast. You're in the middle. Do you want to be the PB&J?
Okay, so why don't you call me the K word again?
I never did.
Oh my god! I have a recording of it, dum-dum.
Please send it over. I'd love to hear it.
You said it 4 or 5 times.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Toasted. You're toasted.
Please prove it.
Yeah.
Why can't you use me with audio?
I just don't appreciate what you have to say about the Holocaust and your denial of it.
That's not what's on the table right now.
Okay, well then fine. Why don't you get on the record and tell us how many Jews you think suffered and died?
I already told you this is not what we're discussing right now. Okay, we're discussing you and you lied about my character. You lied about it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well then prove it. Can you please, if you're not going, if you're going to keep on arguing about this, at least put your balls in the table.
I got you, man. You understand that was the final straw for you?
I was in Andrews last night.
Well, maybe there's a moment of reprieve for you.
You're such a stupid cunt, you know that?
Oh my gosh, you're a stupid cunt and humongous. Toast,
Why can't you?
did you ever think that all the criticism you spray at other people should be self-reflective? I mean, you should know that, you are the fucking moron, that you're the roast. You're here for your roast. Let's begin the roast of the toast.
Hey, James, I think you're hot micing, bro.
Dude, Jason's been hot micing for like 5 minutes straight. I've been saying it.
He's a grandmother. What do you expect? Just look at Toast. What are you doing on a beautiful Friday night other than arguing with Daniel, who's humongous?
You're not gonna
Do you have a life? Do you have like a girlfriend or a book or a gym or something you can do with your life other than come here and get roasted? Because, this is your roast.
Why can't you guys kick this guy? I don't know why you can't do it.
Well, I don't know why they can't kick me, but because you're not a moderator, maybe.
Toast, look. I spoke the truth, and it was difficult to like.
Okay, just prove it. Can you just prove it? Can you send me the audio? Please send me the audio.
care about these North Koreans' opinions, man. Seriously.
No, it's like, but Daniel lied to me, lied to my face, and
Okay, look.
And then you keep on muting me.
Toast, I'm not North Korean. You're not even being muted. You're faking it again.
Why are you gaslighting me so hard?
I'm not gaslighting you. Toast. When you called me the K word and the N word, I said
I never did that. You did. Prove it.
Can you prove that Daniel is humongous?
Just send me the audio. I mean, it should be easy for you.
Look, it seems like you're a couple deep. A few sheets to the wind.
Actually, unironically, no. I usually tell the truth about this, but no, I haven't. Can you guys stop?
Look,
Seriously, stop.
Look, you were gaslighting a drunken man on stage while you were drunk. You were criticizing him for drinking.
Why do you sound that drunk?
While you were drinking, right? Toast.
Why you're just gonna accuse me of drinking? Why are you trying to be on?
I'm not accusing you of drinking. You can have a drink.
Me, you fucking bitch.
I'm not muting you. Stop muting yourself. Because it's not funny and no one's going to believe it. Stop.
You're not. This isn't appreciated, man. I don't know.
Toast, no one's buying it. Stop muting yourself.
Does Royce want to own up to it? I mean, he could do it.
Can't you deal with it, Toast? Can't you listen? Are you incapable of listening for about 10 seconds straight? I mean, I don't think you are. I think you're toast. And this is your roast. Welcome to the roast of the toast.
Why can't you guys kick the schizo? The love guy or kick the schizo.
Don't project your own schizophrenia onto me, Toast. Make sure to take care of yourself and look out for your health.
Honey, if you're still there and you haven't modded me yet, I'm gonna take that as like a personal insult.
Ooh, he's personally insulted. He's not a moderator.
What did you mean? Okay, fine. Explain this little joke of yours to us. What does it mean when you put your profile picture as Hitler and say, honey, I shrunk the Jews? What's that do?
You lied about me and you had no issue.
Hello?
You don't.
Hello? Could somebody please stop muting Toast? He's got so much to tell us. He's so intelligent.
It's Daniel who's doing it, but whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, explain the joke. Explain how it's funny that
why
it's so funny about so Toast. Explain what is so funny about the picture up there. That you think it's funny that someone doesn't have arms or legs and they're surfing?
Why don't you have any remorse?
Why do you think that's funny? Why did you have that as your profile?
Why do you think you just like make a bad dummy anytime you
Why did you think that was funny? And why did you have that as your profile picture?
Why are you such a lying piece of shit, dude? Why are you gaslighting?
You had a profile picture of someone wearing a yarmulke with no arms and legs, and somehow you think that man surfing is fit for
okay, wait, I think I understand now. So clearly this is like this is right. Like, wait, dude, I'm gonna let you talk.
Answer the question, or you're gonna stop muting him. Whoever's muting him. Stop muting yourself.
Gosh damn it, honey! Why'd you mod him? That was like the worst thing.
Okay, explain the humor at the end.
I think the argument should be why is it a question?
Explain what's so funny about a Jewish man with no arms and legs?
Daniel, you already
Explain to me what's so funny about a Jewish man with no arms and legs surfing. And that was your profile
Am
picture.
I gonna like keep on getting muted? I keep on like getting like 2 words in and then muted.
You fucking liar. You're not getting muted.
It's really not funny. It's kind of funny, but it's not that.
Well, you get muted or quote
Alright, we'll just watch that turd. Let's move on. Majid, do you want to come up here? We need to hear from you.
Can someone clean the toilet bowl from Toast's disgusting personality and opinions? Because you know that turd, though you may flush him, he leaves stains. He leaves stains on the toilet bowl, Toast.
Oh, his own stains.
What do your farts smell like, Toast? Do they smell as bad as your opinions?
Majid, I had an honest question for you. Excuse my crackling. Majid, these Muslims that are beheading people and saying Allah Akbar, God is great, are they the real Muslims or are they the fake Muslims? This seems to me that they're the most committed and they really are passionate about their belief. They're passionate. They're committed to this whole LARP. I don't think that they're pretending. I think that someone like you is pretending. They themselves are the ones that aren't.
Daniel, Majid is a gay bookseller in Mecca. What do you think he knows about Islamic terrorism?
Holy shit.
Jen, you gotta fucking deal with your volume, man.
What happened to your microphone?
Bro's Wi-Fi is at SeaWorld. Like, what are you doing? Can you, like, paint a picture of, like, where your phone is relative to your fucking pie hole and, you know, so we can understand?
He's decapitated.
Yeah, maybe he was decapitated by an even more fanatical Muslim, right?
Well, where did Toast go? I was enjoying the Toast roast.
I didn't kick him. I don't know why he left.
He left because the attention went to someone else.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You see what you did, Phoenix? You ruined the roast. And now all we have left is a gay Muslim in Mecca to roast. That's no fun.
He's not even here either.
He left too?
Oh, he came back, I guess. Never mind.
Are you guys okay?
There's a lot of problems in the world.
Are there any theists?
Majid's here, but I think
Toast was the only Christian?
He's a very angry young man.
Right? Toast is not a serious person, correct?
Oh no, he's serious, all right.
I mean, he's a troll, but I don't know if he's serious about this whole weird version of Christianity.
All right, Majid, let me just ask you point blank. When you see a man removing the head of another man and saying God is great, do you think that they're LARPing, that they're pretending to be worshiping God at that moment? Or do you think that they're actually worshiping God in ways that you and I probably don't? Can anyone hear him?
No, his audio's trash.
It's almost like you decapitated your mic.
And usually he's really loud. Here, I'll answer though. In my opinion, I think that people that, crash out, right, chop off and stuff, they're mostly just like disgruntled people that I think believe in something, but I don't know exactly what they're believing in. And if they're saying that they believe in God, they're doing it for God, I might as well believe it, right? Unless I shouldn't believe it. Jed, what do you think? Should I believe them when they say that? When they're chopping off heads? That they're following God and they really, really believe this stuff and think it's legit?
me now?
Okay, we can hear a little bit better now.
Yeah. Yeah, I said it's about politics. Right? It's about politics.
Oh, it's technically the dining room.
So you don't think Sharia?
It's technically the
You don't
dining
think
room.
Sharia is involved, have anything to do with politics?
Well, I wanted an American flag.
Sharia is used to be applied, but now it's not applied even in the Islamic world. The last time it was like the Ottoman Empire, and then the Ottoman Empire collapsed.
But ultimately,
So let's just do one star.
ultimately Islam will reestablish itself and a new caliphate, right? Ultimately, this Islam
Yeah,
will
so the Sunni and Shias, Sunni and
Do you think
Shias.
Islam will take over the world at some point, and we will have Sharia?
Tattoo artist.
No, I don't think so. Actually, because
Let's just do one star. Oh, I wanted an American flag, but 50 stars is very big. So
I
instead
think
of the tattoo artist, let's just do one star.
the liberal voices
One America.
within Muslims is being really increasing.
Do you think that ultimately Islam will establish itself as its dominance again over the world? Yes or no?
It's going good.
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I think a lot of people in the West will become more conservative, and the people in the Islamic world will become more liberal.
So you have zero ambitions of establishing another caliphate?
No, I don't have a mission, of course. Why do you think that?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Like, you have a certain stereotype about.
No. So you can look at some of the questions that are asked around the world, and polls that are done. There are Pew polls that you can look at, and it's by country, and they see who's in favor of Sharia and who isn't, and you can see what many Muslims believe. And I can send you the link if you want to look at it. But they ask questions about apostasy, questions about Sharia. So it's not like a mystery that many people want to live in a society that is governed by Islamic law, right? So why are you pretending that isn't there?
Yeah, I don't think that is the case. A lot of Muslims actually, I never voted on such a thing, and I know a lot of Muslims that they just want things to become more lenient or liberal, and like, the same thing happened to the West when they started becoming more secular. Muslims now, especially the youth, want secularism more than conservative kind of behavior.
Okay, so the Pew poll attached to the top, you think that that's fake?
No, I don't know what.
Sharia as the revealed word of God. In 17 of 23 countries where the question was asked, at least half of Muslims say Sharia is a revealed word of God. And then it gives you the numbers. And it gives you the numbers.
I don't know. For me, I don't agree that it should be like.
It doesn't matter.
I agree that it should. I don't agree if it should be in my.
You are always trying to sugarcoat the problems of Islam. And I'm bringing it to your attention again. Please don't do it. I know you're trying to make it seem like Islam is all A-okay and everything's liberal about it, but I'm giving you a poll, right? And research that shows there's a problem. Revealed word of God. In Russia, 56% of Muslims think it's revealed. Bosnia, Kosovo, 30%. Albania, Tajikistan, 60%. Pakistan, 81% think it's the real word of God. Afghanistan, 73%. Bangladesh, 65%. Jordan, 85% think Sharia is the revealed word of God. You get it? It's a problem. What, right? Islam is about politics. It's about the law. It's about global domination. Now, where am I going wrong? Is this poll fake?
No, I think every kind of political entity in the world will have this kind of aspiration to dominate the world. You can see that in China. You can see that in Russia, the United States, any country. They will have this kind of aspiration that they only serve their own interest. So I think Muslims have that kind of stuff too. Like when Muslims choose something for a political reason, they choose something that serves their own interest, just like any other place in the world.
Okay, so you do admit that many Muslims are interested in establishing Sharia.
No.
No, I never heard a Muslim talk about Sharia. Only non-Muslims talk about Sharia. For Muslims, I know that when they
all at the time.
Yeah.
You know what your question was asked?
Yeah, there are people that believe in Sharia. I think people will say yes when asked.
Is Sharia the revealed word of God? In 17 of the 23 countries where the question was asked, at least half of Muslims say Sharia is a revealed word of God. Right? You think God commands that the laws ought to be a certain way, that societies ought to be structured a certain way. God thinks that, right? And you're here downplaying it, and no one's buying it.
I'm not downplaying it.
Okay, explain to me what counts for this.
Yeah, people who vote for such things actually vote for that for personal selfish reasons. For example, someone who wants to marry 4 wives, he wants Sharia law to be applied so he can be free to have 4 wives. Someone who disagrees with LGBTQ things will support Sharia because he don't want his children to be taught LGBT stuff. Of course, people will say that, and even people, Muslims in the West, they'd rather have Sharia law instead of secular law because of these kind of personal reasons, not for political kind of establishment of a political country that will dominate the world.
They think that God commanded it. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but I always say that.
I'll ask you another question. The next question. That's enough. Okay, they asked them, is there one?
What is going on here?
They asked them, no, but Majid, come on. If you don't want to talk about it.
Is this an interrogation or?
No, of course not. You're in a position where you're in a position where you can correct us because you understand these numbers better than us. I'm looking at the Pew poll results. Maybe they're fucking wrong. And you can help us understand that. Right? Now, I'll ask the question. The question was, is there one or multiple interpretations of Sharia? Right? 56% said there's one in Bosnia. Russia, 56 said there's only one. Tajikistan, 70% said there's one.
I can pick your ass up, nigga. Damn it.
Even in Turkey, 36% there's only one interpretation. Thailand, 51. Indonesia, 45% say there's one interpretation. Afghanistan, 67% say there's one interpretation. The night just goes on and on. It's a parade. It's a parade of Sharia and God politics. It's what it is, Majid. I'm sorry. But Islam. Sorry, go ahead.
You're down to low volume again, Majid. It's like the word
Come on, Majid, get with it, man. You expect to have a reasonable debate here where no one can hear you? What's the problem?
Yeah, let me just imagine.
Well, pull out your Quran, pull your Quran out and try to find out what the technical problem is according to the Quran.
Yeah, subscribe, settle down. Majid, you need to come with some strong points to defend your.
I charge my headphones 5 minutes. Look, Majid has a history of painting a picture of Islam to the West that's more sanitized and more palatable. He knows what Westerners want to hear. But when we look at the numbers, when we look at the data, we see there's this ravenous desire within Islam for this ambition of global domination and law, and they just can't wait to get their hands on at the helm. They want to control the globe, and they want to establish another empire, another caliphate. And the numbers bear that out. It's obvious. Now we're not Majid. We're going to go to the next question that was asked about Sharia. Should Sharia Danny? The land, right? 42% in Russia say yes. 86% in Malaysia say they are in favor of making Sharia the law of the land. Thailand, 77%. Indonesia, 72%. Afghanistan, 99%. Pakistan, 84%. Bangladesh, 82%. Iraq, 91%. Palestinian territory, 89%. Morocco, 89%. I'm sorry, Iraq, 91%. Palestinian territory, 89%. Morocco, 83%. Egypt, 74%. Jordan, 71%. Niger, 86%. It goes on and on and on, Majid. And you're trying to paint this picture that there isn't some desire within Islamic societies and culture to enforce Sharia?
I know.
Give me a fucking break, Majid. You can stop the act. Go ahead. Explain these numbers. Are they wrong? I don't know, man. You just put a random link and then it asks if that is correct or not. Do you know what a Pew poll is? Right? It's a Pew poll. I don't know what a poll is, but like a Pew poll. It's a particular type of poll. You are asking a question, right? Your question is that is there an agenda for Muslims to establish Sharia law all over the world? I said no. However, I know that people support that for personal reasons, and I told you about people who want to have 4 wives prefer Sharia law because that is in their interest. Kind of thing.
No, hope to show you sometime soon.
They tend to wish that Sharia law is the thing. However, there are countries that I believe in, like they want to regain
Basquiat dollars.
Turkey or Iran, for example.
Basquiat.
They want like the Ottoman Empire to come back. However, that's it. Like there is no unity on that kind of thing. Majid, do you realize that Saudi Arabia wouldn't even permit the polling to take place? It was banned. You couldn't even ask these questions, so we could never even get at the numbers from Saudi Arabia, which you know are going to be higher than other places. Saudi Arabia funds more Islamic terror, Wahhabism,
Hopefully the
Salafism,
bull.
you know, which is Majid. Can you please fix your mic?
Elias Acondo.
I'm charging my headphones, man.
I can't hear a word.
Hopefully the bull will buy us a condo and
Here,
suffrage.
this is what Majid says. In the face of all
Hopefully
this
the bull
polling
will buy us a condo
which
and
is posted at the
suffrage.
top, he says that Muslims, by and large, do not wish for Sharia to be implemented. They don't wish to live in societies with Sharia. They just have these personal. The reason that they think of Sharia is because for personal reasons, right? It has nothing to do with God. The fact that God commands Sharia, right?
Yeah, so I believe that sexual desires have a huge impact on ideological preferences. Sexual preferences have a huge impact on ideological preference. So if someone is straight, right, they want 4 submissive wives, they would like Sharia law to be the case. And also a lot of people are converting to Islam not because of these kind of political reasons, but because they think that Islam is the most red pill religion and it will
buy us a
give them the
condo in
ideal life that
Southbridge.
they want. A lot of Muslims who are Muslims are like that. And they go to other countries and then they discover that in schools they are teaching children that it's okay to be gay, that they will feel bad. They want that kind of rules that they used to have in their own country that they left, which is weird, but this is what I know for a fact, that a lot of people will prefer this religious kind of ideologies because of their own kind of personal interests. The same things in the West. You will find that people who have this kind of conservative views will lean more towards making the country Christian or more religious, and the liberals that have a certain kind of preferences will lean more towards secularism.
Okay, so speaking of secularism, let's take a look at the next question. Should religious judges decide family or property disputes? Should religious judges, this is amongst Sharia, amongst Muslims who say Sharia should be the law of the land. This is the percentage of the things that religious judges should decide. 62% in Russia, 55% Albania, 66% Tajikistan, 88% Malaysia, 84% Thailand, Indonesia 71%, Pakistan 87%. That's what's going to happen. People get their way. They want to have religious judges. They don't want secular societies. Muslims.
Yeah, if you look at
the numbers, Pakistan 87%, Afghanistan 78%, Bangladesh 78%, Egypt 95%, Jordan 93%, Palestinian territory 80%, Iraq 76%, Lebanon 75%, and also again I will note many of the more conservative countries like the one you live in, Majid, wouldn't even allow the polling to take place. So we would see the numbers even higher. People should understand that if, according to these numbers, if Muslims have their way, there will be religious judges judging us, right? And the numbers are horrifying. What do you think about that? Do you think that there should be religious judges?
I think it is. No, I don't think so. And I prefer secular. I prefer secular kind of law. And I know for a fact that the new generation in Islamic world prefers secular over religious. But if they are like very conservative, they want to live like their parents, they tend to be more conservative, and then they tend to be more leaning towards like religious stuff because they want to live that kind of lifestyle.
Dinner?
I know for a fact that the new generation doesn't want that. A lot of people in Iran, a lot of people in Pakistan, or these countries, or even in my country, there are this kind of support for becoming more secular than becoming more conservative. There are people who are resisting that, and these people are the conservative people who want, for example, someone wants have a wife that no one can see, only him can see that wife, and that wife is submissive, and he will be territorial about that wife. He wants that kind of rules, right? I believe
really that sexual, this is my belief, sexual preferences have a huge impact on ideological preference, even in the West.
Are your sexual preferences dictate what you think about these sorts of things?
I don't let my sexual preference dictate my ideological kind of leaning towards. For example, I believe in God, for example, and if I let my sexual preference dictate my ideological preference, I would be an atheist right now. So,
fair.
But how can you have a? How can you?
Look, look, Macho, I appreciate you feeling these questions, and look, your perspective means a lot, and it's going to put some of these poll numbers into perspective, obviously, and I appreciate you pushing back. This is the next question. Do you favor corporal punishments for crimes such as theft? 43 Albania say yes. 88% Pakistan, yes. Afghanistan, 81%. Palestinian territory, 76%. Egypt, 70%. Jordan, 57%. Iraq, 56%. Lebanon, 50%. So, I mean, the numbers aren't looking too good about this corporal punishment. What is hudud punishments?
Hudud means lines or red lines. And hudud means these things are the things that can prevent certain phenomena to occur in a society. So a had or hudud. Yeah, so a had or hudud is something.
What's up, Beach?
Sorry?
You said lions.
Sorry, red lions.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like death by lions.
What is the type of punishment?
Red lion. Hudud in Islamic, it means like something that should not be crossed.
Right. And the punishment for those crossing that line is what? To have your hands cut off, right?
They have
if you don't want to convert to Islam, then you have to pay the humiliation tax. And one of the reasons for it, according to Ibn Hajar Asqalani, is, and this is one of the main reasons behind it. Give me 1 second, I can pull up the exact quote.
I will put the link to the Quranic verse explaining the tax for non-believers, and the Kitab, like Christians and Jews. It's a tax for supposedly protection under Islamic Caliphate. And it clearly says that this tax should be given while being belittled, humiliated, depending on the translation that you get. It's always depicting an inferior status for the non-believer that pays that tax.
Yeah,
so it's
Ibn Hajar says in Fath al-Bari, he says, the intent of the jizya is so that they would be coerced towards Islam. So it is as if he, Muhammad, said, until they enter Islam or accept what will lead them to Islam. So the whole point is to basically convert them to Islam. It's also so that way they won't have to fight, so they'll be protected. And protected from what exactly? Well, according to scholars like Al-Marghanani in his book Al-Hadaya, the reason is that jizya is imposed in place of death. So it is not imposed on whose killing is not permitted due to unbelief, like minor children and women. So basically the whole point of the jizya is it's a substitute for death, and it's also to be able to get people to convert to Islam. So yeah.
One thing, because I've heard this as well, that in the Middle East and North Africa, where the Arabs are, Ethiopians, Jewish lived well, lived peacefully. I've heard this as well. But what I've seen proof of it is that in those communities, the Jewish seem to do well. They're businessmen, they seem to do financially quite well. Some of the most wealthy in Morocco were the Jewish community. So
it really depends on when and where they lived. So, for example, we have Maimonides, who lived in Islamic Spain. Well, he did live good under people like Salahuddin al-Ayyubi. He was his physician. There was times such as under the animal heads, which I talked about just a moment ago, which he talks about how terribly they were treated under them. So let me just get it here. In Maimonides' Epistle to Yemen, let me grab it here. I should be able to find it.
On the link above, I'm not sure who's been speaking. Was that Eva or Eva that's been asking these questions? Hi, Eva. I'm your man.
Hi.
In that video above, the speaker actually highlights and discusses Maimonides specifically and about he may have been treated well. He was a doctor. He was one of the top surgeons. He was very scholarly and at a high station for his for who he was. That being said, in his writings, he writes about how oppressive they are and how the writings from that era, from someone that the Muslims claim, oh, look at how great. They actually call him out, Maimonides. They say it in Arabic.
The thing is this, though, like,
exact quote.
There is one source that they try to use all the time for some reason.
Do you want me to play it from that video? You want me to find the area that he describes it?
Where Maimonides talks about.
Yeah.
Yes, please, because I want to see if I can find the source myself, but if you have it, that would be great.
Well, I don't have the original source. I have the source from, the video. He might in the show. It might be in the show notes. Let me look real quick.
Maimonides' Epistle to Yemen. Let me see if I can. It should be like on Wikipedia or something like that. So let's take a look. An AI Rumble. That's funny. But I want to just read here because it should be. Oh, here we go. I found it. I should be able to read it now. All right. Remember, my co-religionists, that on account of the vast number of our sins, God has hurled us in the midst of this people, the Arabs, who have persecuted us severely and passed baneful and discriminatory legislation against us. As Scripture has forewarned us, our enemies themselves shall judge us. Deuteronomy 32:31. Never did a nation molest, degrade, debase, and hate us as much as they. And let's take a look at what else is said. I can find it right here.
You should look at the jizya and what it says in the final words of why they should pay the jizya. It's like, it's like to humiliate. It's like literally, it's to make them submit. I mean, it's disgusting actually. And he quotes it in the video as well, and he says that it comes from the Quran.
Yeah.
No, he said there's only one reference.
I just posted it for everyone to look.
Oh, okay, thanks, Ayat.
Anyways, here's what the rest of it says. Therefore, when David, of blessed memory, inspired by the Holy Spirit, envisaged the future tribulations of Israel, he bewailed and lamented their lot only in the kingdom of Ishmael, and prayed in their behalf for their deliverance, as is implied in the verse, woe is me that I sojourn with Meshach, and that I dwell beside the tents of Kedar. Psalm 120, verse 5. Note the distinction between Kedar and the children of Ishmael. And here's a little comment he says about Muhammad. For the madman and imbecile is of the lineage of Kedar. Is of the lineage of the children of Kedar, as they readily admit. Daniel alludes only to our humiliation and degradation, like the dust and threshing suffered at the hands of the Arabs. May they speedily be vanquished. So yeah, there we go. That's what he describes living like under the Almohads. The usual Muslim response is, oh, well, the Almohads also persecuted Muslims. Well, that doesn't matter. It's an example of Muslims persecuting Jews. That's the whole point. I mean...
So, the thing is, there are different ethnic groups that were in the Middle East. For example, Black Africans have been in the Middle East for thousands of years ago. The Islamic book even says Prophet Abraham, he had a female, he married a female slave, Hajar. So this is going really far back.
Hagar was Egyptian, yeah.
No, she was Ethiopian. in the Islamic
No, I think it was in Egypt. Even the Islamic sources, Jewish sources, all talk about she was from Egypt.
Okay, so
Friesland?
they had black slaves for a long time, but the black people within the Middle East, even after slavery, still did not have the status of the Jewish people.
Oh, the planets are
Even though the black slaves did convert, were Muslims, lived as Muslims, they still didn't have the level of prosperity as the Jews. So it seems like the Muslims did allow the Jewish people to prosper economically. Okay, there was a tax, and there was probably some Jews that couldn't afford the tax, but there wasn't. There were other groups that were oppressed in the Middle East.
I mean, nobody is denying that there were other groups oppressed in the Middle East. Just this we're talking about right now, specifically with Jews. And I already mentioned this earlier. Like the Jews that did live good were usually upper class societies. Like that's the thing. They're the ones who would usually live good under Islamic rule. It was always at the cost of the majority. Like scholars like Helena Schrader talk about this in an interview that a guy called Bob of Speaker's Corners interviewed her on the Crusades and like that, and she talked about like when the Muslims were like ruling the Crusader states and same in other places under Islamic rule, like in Spain and all that stuff. It was something used specifically, like the only ones living good were usually upper class Jews. You have it in the Ottoman Empire, sure, where they did live better compared to like most Islamic rulings and like that. But even in the Ottoman Empire, at best they were tolerated, and there's a difference between being tolerated and being given equal rights. So yeah, being treated equally.
They still had the dhimmi status, but like the Jewish quarter was most of the time built next to the castle of the Bey or the Ottoman leader of that region, and they were kind of protected because they were serving by doing jobs that no one wanted to do and being successful in those. They were also protected by the Bey or the chief. For their services. So it's like a 50-50 situation. They didn't have equality still, but it has been acquired that they would be protected by the leader because they were at the service of the caliph or the Muslim leader of the place. It's because they were useful.
I honestly think that, I'm not trying to be offensive to the Middle East, but quite frankly, if I had a choice of where to go, the last people I would live amongst is Arabs, because they seem to have a general way of living, God forgive me, but, when it comes to, I'll give you an
people to criticize their own kind of things that they were brainwashed with. Once you lose freedom of speech, it is really hard to retain it because of these things. People cannot speak their minds, and if the government or the majority says something, they have to pretend that they agree, otherwise they will face consequences, and that kind of behavior will make that kind of ideology mainstream, and it is less likely that that kind of ideology to change in a society. This is the problem with conservative ideology, is what one's freedom of speech and freedom of ideology and thinking is taken away. It is really hard to bring it back.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you answering those questions. I know they're not easy, and I know that you're not like conservative. I think that you represent a very hopeful future for religion in general and Islam particularly. Do you have any questions about from
me, or it's only fair that you can ask me something, but
Yeah, why is the West becoming less democratic and liberal?
yeah, that's a great question. What's happening is that, you know, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know what's happening in the minds of my neighbors or the people around me that's persuading them in this direction. I don't know. Does anyone have a better answer to that than me? It's troubling, I'll tell you.
It is, because I think that the West is really good when it comes to human rights. Also, in my country, women started driving maybe 7 years ago, and that is because the West actually was recommending that it is wrong that women cannot drive, and it should be like the government or whatever should make women drive, and that made that because of the West that they value freedom. Women today have the right to drive. They can't go to places if they are sick. They can't go to hospital. They are a little bit more happier. But once you see that the West is becoming more conservative or less democratic and liberal, for people who are waiting for the West to pressure their governments or their people to become more free or democratic, they are losing hope actually. I have to go, guys. Yeah, try fasting. It's really good. Tomorrow it's the first day of Ramadan, so demons are going to be chained. And,
I think from where I'm standing in the UK,
Stinny!
one of the reasons that I would be, or I at least like seeing that people becoming like less liberal, is because they.
You're useless, Stinny! You're useless!
That there is much reward in it, and I'm not saying that that's due to.
You're not useless, I'm just teasing because I see you like watch my Instagram or my YouTube or something and I'm like,
I'm trying to be tolerant and accepting, but all I'm finding is like more restrictions on myself, the world, the country changing in ways that I don't like, and so people get kind of like burnt out on like what are we, what's in it for me? I think it's like the attitude and where people are sort of getting burnt out right now. And then along with that, it's just like a whole lot of fear, right? Because of what gets pushed to them through the media or social media and those narratives and things. And then on top of that, the economic problems. And I think that these things start to blend in people's minds, right? That this is bad because of this and so on. So I think it's like a mix of stuff like that.
Yeah, it's the fear is once you lose freedom of speech, it is really hard to bring it back. What if you have freedom of speech right now? That's the best thing that you should preserve. Because once that is lost, it is really bad for people because people will start pretending to be in a certain way that they are actually not. And then that will become mainstream. All people are pretending, and then you will, like, individuals will feel like they are alone and others don't think the same way. But in fact, you think the same way they think, but all of you are pretending because all of you are fearing the consequences.
What types of things have you felt in your life, or opinions that you had to keep to yourself? Majid, is there any or anything you?
Yeah, that Hinduism is awesome.
And you would be punished for that?
Of course, this is a very, a big no-no. That's the thing that I liked. So I love Hindu stuff. Art, music, stuff like that, meditation. So it is considered to be like a sin to do stuff that is not like from the same religion. And Hinduism is considered to be paganism, and that's the opposite of monotheism. That's so bad. So I had to keep it to myself that I love Hinduism. I don't want others to know about that. Until today, others don't know. Buddhism also. Buddhism, for me, is more interesting than Hinduism, or more logical, not more, less delusional.
So maybe we can start that out. So, Dublin's.
That's why I love Clubhouse. Maybe because for you guys it's just an app. But for me, it's gonna be.
So it started at Dublin's.
For the best time, of course. I cannot tell the others that I'm interested in Buddhism. But here I can. There's nothing. I don't feel there is danger or something. Maybe if rooms are recorded, it can be, but yeah, I like it.
Hey Phoenix, since you like the Buddha, have you ever read the book The Dhammapada?
No, I read Old Fat White Clouds by Thich Nhat.
Oh, you should read the Buddha's writings. It's called The Dhammapada, if you like the Buddha. It's called The Sayings of the Buddha. I know you're gonna love it.
Thanks. The Dhammalada.
I feel like a lot of Muslims should read the Dhammapada because it's all about peace and joy. And unfortunately, the Islamic faith is a militant faith, not a faith based on love and joy and balance and equilibrium. I would say it's sort of an extremist, murderous, terrorist religion that needs reformation, you might say.
No, we need like a political system that will make people have freedom of speech. I think that right now people don't have freedom of speech, especially when it comes to Palestine, for example. If you say something against the war in Palestine or against Israel, a lot of places in the world, and including the Middle East, there will be a very huge consequences. Or if you talk about certain monarchies that were installed by Western kind of countries, you will face a lot of bad consequences. Or you speak about, for example, resources being stolen from the Middle East. Also, you will face consequences. So freedom of speech.
So what you're saying is there's a lot of consequences for living underneath Islamic law. Oh my God, Allah, who would have thought?
There are a lot of consequences if you live in a place that has a lot of oil.
Oil? It's not religion and dogma that's the problem? And terrorism because you think you're the best and the coolest at what you do and you can fuck everybody else up because like you're the number one, you're the truth, and Muhammad is the truth, and Allah is the truth, the last and the final prophet of the reconciliation of the God universe complex? I mean, come on. Come on. Come on, Phoenix. Leave your faith and admit that it's all bullshit. It's all lies, propaganda, misinformation, hypnosis. Wake up before it's too late.
I love this one. I love you, man. Yeah, I think that the governments in the Middle East are installed by foreign countries. For example, Syria is installed by Russia. The president now is getting replaced. Also, Iran is like Russian stuff. Monarchies in the Gulf are because of British kind of empire that removed the Ottoman and then replaced them with these monarchies. Sykes-Picot is something I think with Winston Churchill, and then these governments are the governments that make people not have freedom of speech.
Wait, did you say that Syria was taken over? I thought Syria was taken over by Turkey and Erdogan, not who you said.
No. Yeah, but before it was by Russia. So Russia was controlled.
Oh, I see. Okay, but not now. Now it's an Islamic terrorist from ISIS, right?
Yeah, so before they had these puppet leaders, until today, like in the Middle East, the governments are just puppets.
Puppets of who?
Leaders are foreign countries.
Like Saudi Arabia?
Now Chinese.
Qatar and Dubai,
Chinese.
Abu Dhabi. I mean, can't you accept any personal responsibility?
Yeah, I think there is. People who are not courageous enough to call this out. However, the Arab Spring that happened in Egypt.
That was done by Twitter and Hillary Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. They wanted to get Huma Abedin's uncle in power there. And it turns out that General Sisi wasn't a bitch. He wasn't going to let these Muslim radicals run his country with Sharia law. So he killed those fuckers and took Egypt back from the Islamic terrorists trying to take control of a whole country by utilizing a religious dogma which is fake and misinformation in order to rule the people with bullshit.
Yeah, but people voted for them. So it started actually in Tunisia. So in Tunisia, a man came out and burned himself in a protest. That was the start of Arab Spring. And then people of Tunisia started protesting to remove the leader from the country or something. And then once the protest became really intense, he left the country. Guess where he traveled to?
To the third ring in Dante's Hell of Fire.
No, he traveled to Saudi Arabia. So.
When is the king of Saudi Arabia gonna die? How long is that fat piece of shit gonna live in the desert?
Yeah, so he ran away from his country to the Gulf. And after that, Egypt started, the protests in Egypt, also in Yemen, and the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf countries, I think, started feeling threat. They started financing these kind of, groups that...
Listen, Phoenix, this is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. I'm going to invite you to come to Chicago. I'm going to drop you off in Boys Town on Halsted Street. And I'm going to pay for your drinks. I'm going to bring you to the biggest gay nightclub in the world. And you're going to think you died and went to fucking heaven. Allahu Akbar.
Oh, I will not have, sex because I'm a Muslim. And I will not drink alcohol.
I'm not saying you have to pull your pants down and spread your cheeks for a hot beefy injection. I'm just saying if you're gay, maybe you want to go to a bar and meet some men who you find attractive, and you can begin your gay indoctrination process of being a homosexual and having sexual relations with other men. Because if that's what you think you want, I mean, maybe you need to stop your own bullshit before it happens.
Oh, thank you. I think also you should stop doing these kind of delusional stuff and whatever chaotic things you are trying to communicate.
Excuse me? You're the Muslim here, sir. You're the one projecting the delusional bullshit on people who are not Muslims.
You start becoming a little bit serious and less chaotic.
I'm not being chaotic, sir. It's a Friday night here. I'm drinking a little red wine, smoking a little weed. I'm about to get in a hot bubble bath full of peppermint oil. And then I got a date with a beautiful girl. We're going to go have some pizza with some figs on it and a chicken chop salad. America is at the high point. And with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance telling Zelensky to go fuck himself, we're looking at a period of impeccable peace and incredible order and joy and equilibrium now that Zelensky, the troll, has been put and roasted in his proper place. Listening to Trump and Vance today was like listening to a clubhouse room. It was simply delicious. He was gaslit, and he had no idea how stupid he is. And it is because he's stupid. Zelensky is actually a stupid F word.
Politics is boring. I think people should invest their time.
Politics is fun because it's being social. You, on the other hand, are boring. You're projecting your own boredom upon us. You're boring.
Politics is all fake.
You're fake.
No, politics is all fake.
No, you're all fake.
There are things that happen behind the curtain that, these are just
Well, you're gay. You're gonna find out what happens behind the curtain sooner or later. Your anal virginity won't remain intact forever, young Phoenix. Sooner or later, some powerful man will ravish that booty hole and please you in ways that you've never come to know before. You're gay. You'll figure it out. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to give that ass up.
Yeah, but I think politics is a waste of time.
You're a waste of time. You are a waste of time, sir.
Thank you very much. So.
Thank you very little. Thank you very little.
Okay. So I think people in Clubhouse actually don't care about politics, so.
Really? Go to any fucking room right now. They're talking about politics. What the fuck are you talking about?
They talk about God.
No, they talk about fucking Trump. They talk about Zelensky. They talk about J.D. Vance. They talk about politics.
Maybe your timeline. My timeline is full of God talk.
Timeline? Listen. Do you need me to pipe in another room so you can hear that people talk about politics all day long in the same way that you talk about your bullshit?
It's because you follow people who are interested in politics.
No, I talk about politics. I listen to people talk about politics. You talk about bullshit all day long because you are an uneducated simpleton and you're gay just trying to figure things out.
All of us are like that.
No, we're not all like that. You are your own man, my friend. And, you know, I am my own man as well. I've had my own upbringing, my own conditioning and experiences, and I don't live in Mecca and sell books, and nor do I want to suck dick or have dick put in my booty hole, nor do I want to put my dick in a booty hole, because I'm not gay. I ain't gay no more! I ain't gay no more!
Just waste your time in front of these devices, mobile phones, in front of you. Yeah, you can
Just like you, Phoenix. What is your point in even being on Clown House? Like, what are you trying to achieve here by even talking right now, at this very moment, now?
Yeah, you should go, like, walk in nature and do stuff like recreation, like, you should go spend time in nature, man.
I'm in the vegetables right now. I'm smoking some delicious indica. I know you've never indulged in cannabis.
Cool.
Have you ever smoked cannabis?
Yeah.
You have?
Cool. Yeah.
You've smoked weed and gotten stoned on great weed?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were stoned?
Oh, I felt paranoid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was it? What were you thinking about that was worrying you while you had the tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9 in your blood system?
Yeah, I felt that all people that I know are there, kind of. Like, I felt that all people that I know are, like, in one kind of collective entity, and then that entity was that. It was weird.
Islam is weird. That big black box that everybody rotates around, you know, every year for hours on end. The fact that they didn't even put plumbing into the ground to drain the water from the rains, and they have crews of hundreds of men using, you know, plastic pieces of things to move the water.
Because they were in a hurry to cement the whole thing because there was no people running through there. It wasn't a big trade center. And there were no rivers over there.
No, I'm saying they didn't even put plumbing. They have to manually remove the water from the fucking...
that the reason why they did that is because they wanted to cement it to cover up the evidence that it wasn't a great place that people used to go to do trade.
I still fail to see your point, or maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, on YouTube, I'm just saying that they didn't seem to use drainage in their engineering in Mecca at the fucking mosque. It floods.
Because if they were to dig it up, they are not going to find facts there.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the YouTube. Please hold.
When the rain is there, like...
Survey a site before you actually dig it up and install plumbing to see if there's any artifacts there. That's why they didn't do that, because there's nothing there and would prove its faultiness.
I love how Muslims always say that the infidels or the pagans prior to Islam. Did you ever actually see the movie Muhammad? It's the only officially authorized version of the story of Muhammad. And the reason it's like issued a certification by some kind of like, you know, grand bullshit artist. But basically they don't show the video. They never show Muhammad. They only show the shadow.
Oh, that's not... The name of the movie is not Muhammad.
What's it called? The Message. Honey Badger and other moderators, have you ever seen this movie called The Messenger? The Message or The Messenger?
No.
I'm gonna get you the link because this is what you have to watch. Because actually, it's a fucking good movie. It's honestly a good movie. Like, you should watch it.
Yeah. It's The Message, not The Messenger.
It's got like a lot of famous actors in it who were big time, but the movie in itself, in my opinion, is part of the problem. That movie promulgates the validity of Islam, or essentially the co-equal branch of religious sincerity. It's such a bullshit movie, but I'm going to get you the YouTube. Please hold.
The Message is actually, I think...
It's actually a good point. Why does Islam have to conquer other religious sites and take it for their own and claim it for themselves?
Because they think that these religions are wrong.
They stole the Kaaba from the pagans. They stole the Dome of the Rock from the Jewish and the Christians.
It's esteemed.
They stole, you know, another.
Yeah, you are steamed, right?
So what does that have to do with the question and answer? Why do they do that?
Yeah, so I think that you worship a man that committed suicide for your sins and the Romans killed your God. That actually more fucked up, man.
No, you know what's fucked up is that Muhammad murdered a bunch of people. That these Muslims, these Islamists, murdered a bunch of innocent people who were just living their lives all around the world. And they're like, we know the truth. And if you don't submit, we'll fucking murder you.
Yeah, that's wrong. I think that
I put the link in the chat. Watch the movie. It's called The Messenger of Death. That's the real name of the movie. The Messenger of Death.
How would you feel if somebody took the rock from you and Mecca from you? Because you guys defend your conversion of religious sites under conquest. Would it be okay if other religions were allowed to do the same today?
Look, for me, I live in a peaceful life. I don't care about if whatever happens to these sites. What I care about is that innocent people do not be harmed.
Well said. Well said.
Listen, Phoenix, if I was a pedophile and I declared to everybody that the master of the universe gave me divine instruction to conquer the world, and I went around killing everybody to worship me, do you think maybe I might have a problem with myself?
I don't know, man. Humans do human things.
I love it though, Phoenix. They tried to get you mad and talk about Mecca as a rock and someone destroyed it, and you, in total calm, just like, it wouldn't matter. Don't want people to be hurt. It's beautiful. I love it.
Roland, listen, you can take, I got kicked out of the room a couple weeks ago for criticizing you, Dr. Roland, but I like the TV show The Wire, but I gotta tell you, I mean, I believe not just in roasting theists, I believe in roasting atheists.
I already told you I find you boring and tedious.
I know you find me boring and tedious, but I find you interesting and somewhat stupid.
Well, most secular humanists want to invite Muslims into their countries until they get overrun and overpopulated by them.
Like Germany, and the Netherlands, and
Your
Sweden.
name every time.
Right, Roland? Don't you want your daughter or your son is dating Muslims?
Don't you want them raped in the town square?
I'll be honest. I wouldn't want my son or daughter. First of all, I don't have children, but if I did, I would say I'd probably rather they weren't dating somebody religious at all. If they were dating somebody religious, I think on average there's probably less radical Christians. So I'd say I'd probably rather them be with a Christian than a Muslim if I had to choose. But if I met them and they were nice and they weren't, didn't have crazy views about
Charcoal briquette? Which kind of Muslim? Like an African Muslim or an Arab Muslim?
I think I wouldn't have a problem with them regardless. But if you're just asking on average without knowing, having any knowledge at the forefront, then probably.
Roland, the point is
with a Muslim,
intelligence. That's the point, is you want your girl to be with an intelligent man.
Tedious. Stop talking.
Tedious? What's so tedious? I don't even understand. How can you be tedious on a social audio chat app? Tedious? It's not like we're in real person, like really hanging out or something. How am I tedious? I'm in a fucking social audio chat app. What is tedious on a social audio chat app?
By the way, is it just period, or how do I refer to you?
You can call me you. Do you have a period?
The mask from Kingdom of Heaven. What do I call you?
Oh, dot. Oh, period.
You can just call me Jay.
Ooh.
Okay, was that answer adequate, or?
Mr. Ed thinks I'm an idiot.
It just kind of question begs, but there's a lot going on.
You guys,
There's a lot going on here.
you guys have to know that these rooms are the best rooms.
Oh yeah, honey, can we deal with this guy? Because we really can't have a conversation.
These are roast rooms, Roland. Don't you understand that you are part of the roast? That you think you're so smart and so intellectual, so perfect.
I'd have fun with it. It's very boring.
Can't you just humble yourself and admit that you are being roasted?
Why humble himself? You're picking on a decent
Oh,
man
Dr.
like
James, my favorite, the cigarette-smoking cocksucker. Here we go again. Oh, I've heard all kinds of shit out of Dr. James here. Dr. James, you are one dumb motherfucker, old man. You are one old dumb motherfucker. You are one dumb old. You have admitted on this app that you enjoy, that you have isolated yourself in your house and that you hate everyone and everything. Dr. James, you are a miserable old cunt. You are a miserable old cunt of a person. Go smoke another pack of cigarettes, you old cunt. Typical American. Stay in fucking Amsterdam. We never want you coming to America, you piece of shit.
Your brother and your sister are also your parents.
Good one, Dr. James. Ooh, JCC, good one. Was that your lesbian laugh? Go get a haircut, you fucking queer.
Yeah, you know. You hate Muslims, you hate queer. Who do you not hate? Who do you not hate? You hate Muslims, you hate queer.
Oh my god, look at Jefferson's photos with those titties. That's what I don't hate. Look at those beautiful titties. Ooh.
James is a better man than you will ever be, even though would you live 10,000 years.
Okay,
He's a
Dr.
better
James.
man than you.
Dr. James, I've heard you say the most stupid shit on this app for quite a while. So you know what? This is my big moment. I just want to say, Dr. James, go get a pack of Marlboro Lights and light JCC up a cigarette, because she's a tranny.
I like you. So what did I say that was stupid?
All kinds of stupid shit. Go on and on about all kinds of stupid shit. You waste so much fucking time. You run your fucking mouth like anybody gives a fuck what you have to say, Dr. James.
What are you doing here?
I'm here to roast you. This is my roast show. Honey Badger's my producer. I'm on the roast show, aka the Gong Show. I'm here to roast you. Ooh, you're gonna beat me up? You're gonna punch me in the face and choke me out and kill me, Dr. James? You might be a Muslim living in Europe. You might be a Muslim living in Europe. An atheist. I love these atheists. It's the roast. See, I hate to say it, Honey Badger, but I like to roast atheists and theists. I hate them all. I hate you all. Theists, atheists, roast them all.
I've got health insurance.
You got health insurance? You ain't got any health, you fucking... You don't even have health, Dr. James. What do you need health insurance for when you don't even have health? Well, you pontificate on so many important issues. You seem to know everything. Your opinions are always 100% spot on, Dr. James. Dr. James, you're always spot on. You're so accurate in your assessment of everything, Dr. James.
You are spot on because you use your ass. That's how you are spot on.
What do I use my asshole for, Dr. James?
You use your asshole, as a receptacle for your father's.
Alright, so I'm just gonna reset a little bit.
Woo! Hard reset!
You want to talk about your theism 118? Are you ready to come up yet, or are you gonna keep hiding down there? So I'd really like to hear you just.
I just wanted to discuss a little bit about Sharia law. I mean, we've only been engaged with about a 1,300 year war with Muslims all the way up until World War I. I think it's pretty important.
118, are you a Christian? Hello, 118, are you a Christian?
Am I a Christian? Is that the question?
Yeah.
May I ask for a definition of Christian in your opinion?
No. I want you to just tell me whether or not you think you're a Christian.
It's kind of hard.
It's hard to answer whether or not you're a Christian?
Yeah, I'm asking you to clarify what you consider to be a Christian.
Why does it matter?
Culo con caca. Yo, Hermes, my friend got kidnapped in Colombia. He escaped. They held him for
being a Christian, therefore they can actually
4 hours. I don't know.
Yes, I am.
The police. He says the police kidnapped him. And then he ran back to his hotel and he fucking booked it to the fucking airport.
Now, if you want to convince me otherwise,
And this guy, you want to talk about prostitutes? This fucking guy is a prostitute fucking purveyor. This guy has girlfriends in every major city. He's like a wealthy to do, and he's married to a woman who's like an heiress. It's a very interesting story. He's an intense guy. He jogs, he runs like fucking 10 miles straight, hardcore.
Refusing to give a definition of your opinion of what a Christian is, I will elaborate on my definition of a Christian.
Great, so that's what we don't need you to elaborate. We just need a yes or no. Are you a Christian? Yes or no?
Are you gonna listen? Or are you gonna keep it up?
What are you about to? Are you gonna answer the question yes or no as to whether
Dr. James.
Okay.
Keep calling the guy Dr. James.
This is amazing, dude. I can't believe that you're so. Why are you so embarrassed about your religion?
You calm down.
Huh?
So the colloquial definition.
Dude, look, dude, there's no need to get emotional on 18. Just.
This is the roast show, Hermes. So I basically, I came up with this idea a while back, but it's all because of that, what's his face, who has that show Proving Me God Exists, which is technically a roast show. So Hermes, I hope you know that Clownhouse is technically always a roast show. Like, you are included, like you roast yourself, and like I hope, but I want you to roast other people. It's fun. Just roast people.
118, was that hard for you?
Honey Badger, technically, I have influenced him, and he is technically like my producer as well as a host, but he's the ultimate roaster.
Okay, so you think that you're a follower of Christ, and that makes you a Christian? Is that right?
By definition of what a Christian is colloquially, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Now, if you ask me biblically, right? That may be